Good morning, Annapolis. Everybody give themselves a hand for meeting in person. All right. Welcome to GITEC's annual, I should say, ATARC's annual GITEC conference. First time in person in 3 years. And what a wonderful location. I see some veterans of federal events in the audience, and we've been to Williamsburg, we've been to Hershey, we've been to Philadelphia. If you go back far enough, we've been to Charlottesville 30 years ago. So Annapolis is a fantastic location, close enough to DC, great architecture. If you haven't been to Annapolis before, take a walk around sometime, you know, when there's a break. And if you like bricks, you will really like Annapolis. So it is great to meet in person. One of the things I think that's just the big secret of in person is sausage and bacon and eggs for breakfast. You know, every color in the universe can be created with a combination of 3 different colors. That's the beauty of printing. There's only 3 colors of ink plus black. You can make any color, millions and millions of colors with 3. There's 4 basic proteins in the universe that form all life. And if we could somehow additively print those proteins, maybe on the online video meetings, we could make sausage on our printers. But so far, that grand challenge has not been met. My name's Tom Temin. I am the host of the Federal Drive weekday mornings on Federal News Network, on Federal News Radio 1500 AM. By the magic of digital technology, I am here with you here in Annapolis and on the air at the same time in Washington, DC. So I'm glad, and be sure you tune in on the way back. I think you can almost pick it up here. It's very strong in Baltimore to our 1500 AM. GITEC, it stood for something at one time, but now I think it's just GITEC. But ATARC does stand for something, and that is the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center, the brainchild of the great Tom Suter. Thank you, Tom. I mean, really, Tom has, among all the people I've watched in 30 years in the federal market, figured the whole thing out of getting industry and government together in a really great format to talk about really important things. And I'll read the boilerplate for you here. It's a nonprofit that facilitates collaboration between government, industry, academia in order to accelerate technology modernization initiatives. ATARC provides ongoing opportunities for cross-agency collaboration through on-site interaction, learning, and market research. And all of that is true. 2 anecdotes before we get underway this morning about why this is so important. I've done 8,000 interviews, roughly, 8,500, I lost count, since I've been hosting the show for 15 years. I learned something from every single one of them. I never get bored with an interview. And I had one the other morning, it's airing this morning, as a matter of fact, with a small company. And my producer said, you got to talk to this guy. I said, it's a vendor. You know, we don't want to, vendors want to advertise, they got to pay, da-da-dee, da-da-da. Anyway, the guy came on. He's 35 years old, a 30-person company, startup in Silicon Valley. I said, young man, I remember when Silicon Valley actually had silicon, not software. But his company, I don't want to name it, it started out getting an AFWorks OTA deal to do some research and development. Its second contract with the federal government was a 10-year IDIQ with the Air Force with a ceiling value of $950 million. So this shows what is possible in a dynamic market. Everyone says small business can't get a grip on the government. He told me his 2 venture capitalist firms advised against trying for a federal contract. All of his employees said, forget it, we'll never get it. And they did get it. So this is what's possible in this market. The second anecdote I want to tell you is I did a field trip last Monday to the Naval Surface Warfare Center in Dahlgren, Virginia. 5,000 federal employees there, only 8 uniforms, and about 3,000 contractors. And we watched, my producer and I watched a live fire demonstration. They have a big gun line there, if you've ever been down and it sees right down the Potomac River, and they've got about 30 miles of free range before they hit anything. And there's a long history as to why it's down in Dahlgren. Basically, because when it was closer to Washington, they darn near shelled Woodrow Wilson on the presidential yacht. They said, we got to get further away. And so they were testing a gun. It happened to be a Coast Guard gun. And you've seen naval guns. It looks like the size of a small car with a barrel coming out of it, sort of a shell. And they were doing a life cycle testing. So every few seconds, there would be a boom, And then a few seconds later, we could see the splash of the shell going down into the Potomac. But what you didn't see out there on the gun line is the bunker in a building right next to the gun line, in which about 12 people were looking at about 40 different screens. Because every time that gun fired, it was a digital event. The gun was covered with sensors, measuring everything from the recoil, the speed, the muzzle velocity, this, that. I don't even know all the measurements. But from a clipboard and protractor type of activity with binoculars, gun testing has become a digital thing. We also saw the launch platform for hypersonics. And I held the hypersonic projectile that they developed for research purposes in my hands. It's about a 30-pound, beautiful thing, cone shape. They call it the super cone or the hyper cone, stuffed with electronics, because every launch is not, can we go that fast, but what happens with this thing? What are the thermal effects? What are the possible lethal effects? So it shows the merger of the physical world and the digital, and why the work everyone here is doing is so important today. So I just wanted to share those two anecdotes to kind of get us started here. And speaking of companies, we do have some sponsors that make this possible. And the interesting thing is, looking at the list of companies, I think most of them, I know very few of them existed 30 years ago when I got into the market. I think quite a few of them didn't even exist 5 years ago, but here's who they are. We have Acquia, ASRC Federal, Blackwood, Okta, Zscaler, CrowdStrike, Contrast Security, Devo, Dynatrace, Extra Hop. I like that one. Fortinet Federal, that's what you get at the bar, with an Extra Hop. Gigamon, GitLab, NASA Soup, they've been around. NIH, NITAC, a couple of federal sponsors. Pluralsight, Red Hat, RegScale, Rocket Chat, Rubrik Federal, Science Logic, Software AG, Sonotype, Tenable, VM, Trend Micro, and Versec. So we want to thank those, give those guys a hand for making this all possible. And those of you that, can I see a hand of the feds here today? Okay, well, you got to get your colleagues out. It's safe. We're okay. So get more feds involved in these events. But thank you all for joining us here today in Annapolis. And let me now introduce the chair of the conference, NASA's only John Sprague.
Well, I hope there's no other John Spragues there. There are 3 other Spragues, believe it or not. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it very much. And welcome, everybody. It's great to see everybody's faces. I'm just ecstatic to be here and be able to see everybody in person, as we've been talking about. How in the world did I get stuck between the 2 Toms here? I don't know. Great speakers, and I got to really step up my game now. So this is like a reunion here with all the folks that I'm seeing, the faces I haven't seen in at least 2 years, maybe almost 3. And I do got to call out one and embarrass one that I've been seeing for a long time. About 14 years ago when I started at NASA, and some of you already heard this story last night, I showed up, I was the end user service exec, basically in charge of most of the computers, SharePoint, the email system, Nomad, and a bunch of other stuff, smartphones. And they kept, all the team and everybody kept talking about this guy, Walter Bigelow. And it was, he was such a force to be reckoned with there. He'd been at NASA for 4 years, and he had done everything. He'd made it, being in charge of the computers, that's a very precarious thing, and he did a great job of it. And they loved him, the team loved him. So I was stepping into really big shoes, and it took me some learning there. And I think I did learn, even though he wasn't there anymore. They'd tell me, he used to do this, he used to do that. I was like, it's a great idea. I'd take my teams out to lunch or, once in a while dinner, but he did that a lot. And I copied that, and the team, they just loved it. So I finally about a year later, I got to meet him, and what a great guy. So I thought I'd just embarrass him a little bit today. I'm going to tell you what is GITEC, as you mentioned earlier. What does that mean? Government IT Executive Council, and they've been around a long time. Matter of fact, this might be very surprising to some of you that don't know it. 1966 White House memo came out, and then that's where the origins of this started. In 2010, they had the GITEC hosted its first summit, and this is a follow-on of that in a way. And a lot of the folks, and there's some of you here, and I talked about it last night with some of the folks at the reception, that it used to be called IPIC, and it's the Information Processing Interagency Conference. And that began some 30 years before. And a lot of folks joked and said that it was the federal spring break. So the feds and some of the industry would go down to Orlando and do that over and over every year, and became very popular and huge, from what I understand. And then I want to switch over now. September 2012, the Advanced Mobility Academic Research Center, AMARC, started. Founder Tom Suter. AMARC hosted a couple little events, Federal Mobile Computing Summits, and in them, and that was back in 2013, they used to cover the topics of cloud computing, which, cloud first, which a lot of folks are actually doing right now, and IT networks. Well, next year, GSA said, wow, that is awesome what you're doing, General Services Administration. And they said, why don't you expand that? And they added cybersecurity, DevOps, data analytics, and health IT events. And I remember when all that was going on, and I don't remember other areas hitting health IT. What a gigantic area. And I know that Tom and the group were doing a fantastic job of making that happen. Well, fast forward a few years, ATARC, GITEC, and I was on the GITEC board at the time, and I remember us having negotiations or talks for a couple months, and we decided that it would be smart to go ahead and combine. So we merged May 31st, 2018, and it brought together these two great nonprofits and with similar goals and just a great merging there. So the legacy of GITEC lives in ATARC through everything that we do. The annual GITEC awards that we do, and this conference itself. So thanks for being here, for helping us. Please share, learn, be a part of this long-standing event. So there's booths out here, and they look like they are packed with a lot of knowledgeable folks. Please take advantage of that during the breaks. So thank you very much. And now the illustrious Tom Suter.
Thanks, Tom. And thank you, John. We really appreciate John's leadership and the rest of the original GITEC board. A lot of them are here right now. But every time we ask for volunteers, John is always like putting his hand up. And we used to have the awards combined with the event. And for the last couple of years since we've been virtual, we've increased submissions every year. I think the last time we did this, we had all the nominees present. It's one of the best things that we do. We had about 46 government projects that presented for about 7 minutes each. And it just is amazing. Daryl Peak, Daryl's here, he's part of that board. They really did a great job doing that. So then we don't have to focus on so much the team awards at this event. Really, we did the last GITEC. I can't believe it's been 3 years. And we were over at the Westin, which is a fantastic hotel, but I didn't like the logistics very much because it's almost like, have you seen those new districts that are going in these states? It's like a gerrymander. You have to like go around the corner to find out where the booths are. So I walked down the street on the day of the conference ended, and we found this hotel, and it was being redesigned. So it was like, just imagine, it's all under construction. And then they put this all together. How many of you stayed last night? Rooms, pretty nice. It's a pretty nice hotel. So we were really happy to be here. It's a good home for us, and we'll see where that goes. I think we actually, our speaker coming up, Clint, we booked him 3 years ago. So we had to change it like 15 times. I mean, we kept thinking, okay, this pandemic's going to end, this pandemic's going to end, this pandemic's going to end, and it didn't end for a while. So, but yes, welcome. It's going to be a couple of days here, and we're really excited. And thank you. I'll turn it back over to Tom.
Okay, thank you. For the first time, I'm seeing the photo they're using of me to identify this thing. I think in the last couple of years, something got added. So Kyle says, hey, Tom, you need a new photo, and I'm just the guy to take it. All right. We're going to get back down to earth a little bit here with a panel coming up now on the future of work. And I'm going to introduce the moderator of that panel. It's Federal News Network's own Jory Heckman, one of our great reporters. I want to also commend to you Jory's new twice-a-month show on data management, the whole data industry, data decision-driven industry in government, and he's producing that, so that's available at federalnewsnetwork.com and on the air. And he's going to bring up his own panel, so please welcome Jory Heckman. Oh, we're all going to be here. It works for me. Yeah.
Thanks, Tom, for that kind introduction and for that plug for All About Data. I really appreciate that. And this is really shaping up to be the Federal News Network Power Hour here. Tom leading the Master of Ceremonies here, my colleague Jason Miller taking the next panel after this. So yeah, this is really something. And thanks everyone for coming out here to Annapolis. And we have a great panel. I feel we had a whole panel in the break room getting warmed up for a panel. And I know we're just getting warmed up now. There's plenty more to talk about. And yeah, I think let's just get into it here. I just want to give a quick intro to everyone. We have Tracy, we have Matisha, and we have Nina. And I'll give them an opportunity to introduce themselves a little more fully, but I'll just couch that in a question of just, we're talking about the future of work, obviously, but what does that mean to you? What does the future of work mean to you? And why should the federal workforce care about it? Tracy, I'll let you kick it off.
Sure.
Yeah.
First, want to say how happy I am to be here, and I'm going to be shamelessly recruiting for IT talent for GSA. So if you're looking for a new federal gig, come see me in the speaker room afterwards. This is our time. We are in the middle of a revolution right now in changing how the government works. If you are an HR nerd like me, you've been following for years where everyone says HR is broken, we need to blow up Title V, things are awful. First off, that could not be further from the truth. So don't listen to the nonsense. What we have had is a fundamental resistance to not want to change how we work. And the last 2 years have forced us to look at how technology can keep us interconnected and have a more remote and hybrid workforce, and also how to keep managers interconnected with their employees. And I know Nina's going to introduce herself. I'm so thrilled to be here with Matisha. We've been partners in crime for many years. And I do need Nina to be my co-Chico at GSA, because she's going to help me recruit some of this fabulous technical talent. So Matisha.
Thank you. Matisha Montgomery, and the Chief Learning Officer at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Future of work means literally everything. There's nothing you can't fit inside that phrase. For me, it's about rethinking what it is to lead in any organization. It's really thinking about what we're expecting of people as employees, and really redefining what it is to be an employee, not just that 9 to 5 that we get out of them, but that they're humans, they have their own realities, and that we can consider a lot more about them than we ever have before. And it's definitely about being data-driven and using real data to drive decision-making about the future of work, instead of just what we think might sound good today. And that's where I get really energized. So I'm looking forward to that part of the conversation. Nina?
Yes, thank you. And thank you all for being here today. And it is Public Sector Appreciation Week. So all of us give ourselves a round of applause. And as Tracy mentioned, I would love to be co-serving as Chico at GSA with her. However, I am a solution principal at Medallia. So I was serving in the federal government. I was formerly Chief of People and Culture at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration during the pandemic to support digital and data transformation efforts. And I joined the federal government as a PIF. So many of you have heard of the White House Presidential Innovation Program. It is indeed a tech forward program, but I was one of the PIFs who leaned a little heavier on the human side. So at Medallia and with all of my colleagues in the public sector, we are elevating the human experience of government by putting people's voices at the center of everything. And that is putting their voices through experience, through data, and really closing the gap between digital and workforce transformation. So we got pretty fired up in the prep room. So get ready for a good conversation today.
Great, great. Well, thanks for the introductions, everyone. And let's dive into, I think, what's a really obvious reality for a lot of federal employees now, the return to the office, the return to their physical offices. And I imagine your mileage may vary pretty considerably depending on where you are in the federal workforce, but just tell me how that fits into the future of the federal workforce and how managing that hybrid work environment is going to look like going forward.
So I'll start with, it's been 2 years, folks were working from home. We did not see any drop in productivity. In fact, in many agencies, we continued to attain our goals and exceed them. So we demonstrated that it wasn't about where you were physically working, it was about how you were working and how you were staying connected and how we were measuring that productivity. Now in 2022, we are going to be in a war for talent with the private sector, who is more agile and more willing to take risk than often the federal workforce and the federal human capital space is. That's not always a bad thing because we do things with intentionality in the federal government. So I want to be clear that that's not an indictment on my career or my colleagues. We have to be thoughtful and think about making sure it is structured to succeed. And that's what is so wonderful about panels like this and other conversations where we're having these discussions with our partners, especially in the IT space, to say what is going to be needed to connect people, what is going to be needed to keep people productive, where they're working from home or they're working on the road, and making sure we do know how to measure results. Because Matisha already mentioned the need for an increase in data analytics to support that, because we also know at the end of the day, people only care about government when it's working or when it's not working. Because when it's working, there's no fun. You can't punch at us. But when it's not working, there's lots of critics. So we have to figure out a way we can be savvy and work and recruit the next generation of civil servants by being agile, being forward leaning, and figuring out how we work. And spoiler alert, some of this work may not have to be done in the DC metro area. No, yes.
I think it's for me, this inflection point of, are we actually going to collaborate with one another? Are we going to see that all of the people problems and all of the technology problems are all the same? That we work together to solve for these challenges? Because as long as we continue working just in the people side and we don't consider the tech, we're going to fail. And as long as we consider the tech and not the people, we're going to fail. So for me, it's really about continuing to build the relationships across these organizations that have meaningful decisions to make for the future of work and for the employees that engage with our work and who support and represent us within our communities. I also think that we're trying to look at how we can be the most equitable in making these determinations about where someone works or how someone works. And so I can only speak for my organization at HUD, and we're really trying to, we understand that there are many forces at play here, that we have to bring people back into the office at some level, but what is the work? Let the work drive those decisions, not the political forces that want to drive those decisions. And we have been taking a stance where we're looking at the actual jobs that are being performed. Who are their customers? How do they interact with their peers, with their chain of command? And thinking, how can we move the needle significantly for our organization toward this remote and hybrid environment, but do it in an equitable way?
You know, so much of what we're doing at Medallia is supporting agencies as they adopt guidance coming from the White House around customer experience. And some of you may be tracking that. It's also noted in OMB memo A11. Lee Becker and I can talk to you guys about it after the panel, but really I'm advocating that we also look inward to the employee experience and use the same measures that we're looking for customer facing, public facing experiences, but also internal for the work experience. and that the expectation is for the public to be able to access government services wherever they are when they need it in the right time. So more personalized public experience. The same should apply for employees. So I'm from Detroit originally, and I moved to DC to be a PIF, a White House Presidential Innovation Fellow, to serve on what was then Vice President Biden's cancer moonshot. And it was delightful to move to DC, and I gained access, and it was a true privilege and honor to serve, but that kind of service shouldn't be limited to people who can just physically move to DC. You should be able to work and serve in leadership roles, frontline roles, anything that you'd like to do in public service across the nation. And I think the pandemic forced us to see that is indeed possible. And some agencies are in fact measuring it as well to build that evidence trail to say, hey, look, this is working. We should build on these successes. Why would we return and go back in time?
I add one more thing.
Of course,
Because what
go
Nino's
ahead.
saying, this is where, to Matish's point, IT and HR have got to partner together. I am very fortunate at GSA. We have the best chief information officer in all of government in David Shive. David gets it. He knows how to leverage IT to actually get the work done. And one of the things he and I have often talked about is using those investments to also support the work of the government, which will hopefully build more trust. Because if individuals don't have to physically go into an office and can actually achieve something with online services, they're going to see better results, get answers to things that they have been waiting for. Maybe they could not go physically into an office during the pandemic, but the more we invest in technology to support those services, the more we train our workforce to actually use those services, become more efficient, reduce some of the paper-based activities that just for years we've been so reluctant to do away with. And let me be also very clear, we are not advocating, getting away from our cybersecurity duties. That comes first and foremost. But what needs to be done is the investments in the IT piece along with the HR piece so we can train people how to use those tools.
Well, I think that's a great next point here because we're talking about digital transformation, but we're also talking about workforce transformation. And I don't think those things are siloed off into their own thing. They actually have a lot of overlap. So I want to hear your thoughts there on where they interact and where should they interact.
I'll take this one. So as part of ATARC, which I'm excited to be part of the organization, we are going to be starting a podcast called Solving for X, which is an attempt to really help connect dots between the workforce transformation and digital transformation. And the reality is technology changes our behavior as humans. And that is everything at work. Technology is driving new ways of working. Therefore, those new ways of working need to be in dovetail, in sync with HR, because HR is responsible for documenting how we work, the roles, the responsibilities, the measurement, the performance. And the longer those areas are segregated or feuding or not at the same table collaborating, the more difficult it's going to be on our people, our employees, and then how our employees are treated, or then how our employees are treating the nation serving experiences. So as you can see, it's all connected. Full stop.
Just let that hang in there for a second so you can think on it, noodle on it. I think for me, it's redefining what it is to be a leader in any organization. We've really thrived for, feels like millennia, on this idea that if I can see you, I know you're doing the work and I know it's getting done to the satisfactory level I expect. And I think the last 2 years have shown us that that is not the case at all. We can do really great things without seeing people doing them. And it means that I'm not there to just tell you which direction to go and at what point to make a turn or shift. It means that I'm here to support you as a human, not as an employee, as a human. And that means I need to better understand not only what you're battling and getting the work done each day, but what you might be battling in your home, what you might be battling in schooling and education, in the direction that you even want to see your career go in. So we need to redefine what it is to supervise people. It needs to be much more human-like. And then we need to look at how we're reskilling and upskilling our workforce to better understand how we can use the technologies to do things that we don't really need humans to do and get the most out of the humans we have.
So ditto to what they said, but because I'm nowhere near as eloquent as Nina and Matisha, many of you probably are like, who invited these hippies to come and talk at an IT conference? At the end of the day, we have to have IT and HR form an alliance along with our CFO partners to make sure that the IT is fully funded, that our training programs are fully funded, because that will propel the mission of the agencies and actually get the work done. In the last 2 years, we have seen the ability to get work done under extraordinary circumstances. At GSA, we onboarded over 1,600 people in 2 years. We were able to do a full pivot to onboarding remotely in March of 2020. And I'm one of those people. I came into GSA in October of 2020. Were there hiccups? Yes. But with that collaboration between our IT partners who were responsible for mailing hardware out, making sure systems were set up, being available at a help desk to remote people in, along with the HR, it's the people-centric piece, but then all of those administrative pieces that are important, making sure people get paid, they're entered into systems. That's where we started to see the synergies really have a big return on investment. And where CFO, of course, comes in is helping us advocate to pay for these things that are important, but because we're in constant competition for dollars, no one wants to stop and think, well, you know what? I actually do need IT to get more money, because at the end of the day, that's going to help HR perform better. And it's really taking those silos down. And I think this is our opportunity to really figure out how to make it work and to grow. And I'm excited to see where the next few years will lead us.
I actually just want to really quickly say, like, thank you, Tracy, for saying that, because I don't think that you're ever going to hear, well, hopefully you do, but you don't often hear someone advocating for the budget of someone else in government. We're all scrapping for resources. And so we butt heads against each other regularly when we really should be proponents of each other's workforce, of each other's needs and resources. So I really appreciate you saying that.
Okay, great. And actually, Matisha, I'm going to stay with you for a little bit because you said something really interesting about the upskilling. You know, I feel traditionally in the federal space, we hear that being a technical thing. If you want to go and retrain or upskill to be a cyber analyst, there's online training for you. If you want to upskill to be, a data expert, there's, a classroom environment for you. But what we're talking about here, it seems to be upskilling, one, for managers, and two, for kind of the soft skills about what it means to be a manager, what it means to oversee people and direct them to do things. And that seems to be an aspect of things that is maybe a little more in flux. So I'd love to hear, Matisha, since you brought it up first, your thoughts more there, but I'll give everyone an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, one of the big themes driving our previous conversation in the speaker room was this idea that we promote people significantly into these leadership positions because they've done a great job at being technically oriented. They're respected in their field and they've topped out. And so it seems like we've created no path for them. And then we never focused on what it would mean for them to step into a leadership role as a supervisor or manager. And oftentimes they aren't really all that interested in taking on those aspects of the role. And so it's very important for us as we either make that transition from technical expert into leadership, or even looking at our existing leadership workforce and helping them understand the importance of these, lots of people call them soft skills. I like to call them durable skills because they're going to carry you no matter where you go. And really focusing in on things like empathy and emotional intelligence, which I think we've heard for a very long time, but also conflict resolution. And understanding and a comfort level with allowing conflict to exist because it can drive innovation, but not letting it run amok, which can derail teams significantly. About influencing and negotiating, because it is about trying to help people get on your side, creating allies for the direction you're headed in. And you can't do that if you really can't communicate your goals and your vision. So for me, it's about really completely rethinking leadership, rethinking supervision, and helping people understand how much more successful they could be even in this technical role that they have or that they want to have if they've got those durable skills accompanying them and if they're leading the people that they're supposed to be supporting with those kinds of skills.
Yeah, I will add to the goodness that's being discussed here is, the number of agencies that I supported when I was a federal leader and now agencies I continue to support serving at Medallia. Learning to learn again is the #1 theme across all agencies. And that's in, when I was sitting on the White House artificial machine learning working groups, that's when I'm talking about data modernization. That's when we're talking about precision medicine and patient experience. It's always rolls back to learning how to learn again. And that's front lines to C-suite. So I think the more that leaders are modeling new ways of working and modeling that they too are evolving, that will inspire and encourage all the people that see them and the people that report to them and all the layers within the organization to truly lean into some of the changes, because we're asking our employees to do a lot and we need them to learn again as well. I think a big piece is listening, and great leaders listen. I see some head nods out there. Thank you. Great leaders are great listeners, and increasing duties and responsibilities within the workplace, having the human listening capability and then adding technology to that will also make our lives easier to be able to listen to our people at scale. So, but again, learning how to be a listener as a human is the core. One other thing I'll share, we've been working with the White House Leadership Development Program currently to develop leadership labs and sort of drop-in curriculum to help leaders try on new mindsets. Look at what it means to listen. What does it mean when what you hear maybe makes you feel uncomfortable because it's challenging you to think in a new way? That's going to help you grow and help your agency succeed on the mission.
Yeah, it's all of those things I put a foot stomp on. And I would also say when we were talking about listening, it's listening to all your employees. So the one thing I've been fascinated about the past few years is everyone talks about the need to have a younger workforce. It's 4% of the workforce is under 30. And even the keynote, I caught the tail end of his conversation about letting them take the lead on communication, which is not a bad thing. But at the end of the day, we may have people that have years of experience and are not ready to leave and are willing to lean in and learn something else, and also mentor and teach those that are coming up the ranks. Because every day I go to work, I learn something. And the day I stop having that growth mindset, I don't think I'm going to be very much of use to the government or to GSA or to my workforce, because I'm willing to kind of lean in, and you don't know what you don't know. And if you don't embrace those blind spots and figure out how do I maneuver, how do I grow, you're not going to bring that mindset to your workforce. And then you are going to have basically a stalemate. And I joke, I'm actually very serious. I think I'm very fortunate to work with David Shive, who I'm like his crazy little sister standing behind, freaking out all the time. But one of the reasons I think Dave has been so masterful at GSA is he's the longest serving CIO in federal government. And I've talked to him about that. I'm like, how do you do it? And he knows not only the technical side, but he is a master at managing. He knows his workforce. He listens to them. He built a remote team before remote teams were cool. He had a lot of people working in a distributed way before the pandemic even hit because he actually listened to them. And he knew to retain talent, he had to let people bring a little bit of their personal self to work. So if someone needed to move away to care for an aging parent, or someone had a spouse that was transferred to another state, he was willing to say, you know what, you've proven to me you can do the work and you can do it remotely. Let's see if we can make this work. So for his organization, coming back after the pandemic is not going to look much different. In fact, we hold him up as a model on we can get this right. And I think at the end of the day, we would all be better executives and better leaders if we learn to listen to our staff.
If I could also just piggyback there, because I had a thought when you were talking, as usual. We really have leaned into this idea of mentoring as a developmental tool. But I would actually ask us to start thinking about reverse mentoring. And it's not always those that have been around a long time can teach those coming up the ranks, but those coming up the ranks can teach those of us that have been around a long time a lot. And that partnership of mentoring, more tenured staff with the newer staff can really be very eye-opening. And if you couch it that way with those that are coming into the federal workforce, that they have something to teach, I think that they would be much more engaged and more inclined to stick around.
And I want to again shout out to ATARC, the teams that are leading the working groups within this organization. It's so refreshing. I feel like we have a very intergenerational approach to the work, and it's just awesome. So Tom, thank you for curating such an awesome workforce to support this work through the organization.
We've got good government leaders. Some of them are here today.
Yeah, well, I'll just give a +1 to Tom, and I'll give a +1 to David for indeed being one of the nicest people that I've ever worked with, in a reporter sense of things. But let's actually keep going with that piece of things, because I think using those durable skills for the hybrid workforce is going to be putting those skills to the test a little bit, because I think the reality that we're looking at is that it's not going to be everyone butts and seats in an office, somewhere in the Beltway. That it's going to be some people over on, video conference for meetings. It's going to be some people in person. And that's a new thing if you're a manager, I think. And so just tell me how managers can effectively manage in the hybrid workforce.
First, they have to want to manage. That's been my biggest challenge as a Chico and being in the HR space. The problems usually stem from you have managers that don't want to do it. They just want to do the techie stuff they're really good at. People stuff scares them. They often don't feel supported. No one's got their back. No one has trained them. No one has explained to them, this is hard. You actually have to have crucial conversations. You have to maybe do it several times before an action can be taken. And I do think that is where we've done a disservice to our federal managers and executives, but this is the time to course correct. And we can sit there and say, you can do this. And if you don't want to do it, that's okay too, because we need technical experts in government.
I think you have to meet people where they are. And unfortunately, that's more work, a lot more work. And to Tracy's point, it means they have to make a hard decision for themselves. But if they do make that decision to continue on their leadership journey and to continue leading teams, I think it's going to be really important for them to realize that every person has a different set of needs. They're in a different place in their journey. They're in a different place with what's going to work for them in a hybrid environment or a remote environment. So finding what works for each person and helping them get that is going to be a big piece of it. Finding what works for yourself as a leader as well is going to be a big piece of it, because it's an adjustment. I think that it's going to be an interesting time to watch our leadership workforce either thrive in this new environment or potentially struggle. And some of them will struggle for a little while and come out the other side clean, and some won't. It's a tough time, but I think as long as there's an acknowledgement that they've got a journey to go through, they'll be okay. I think the other piece of this is they have to be intentional. It is not the days of walking through the office and, saying hi and good morning to a staff that's present. So you can't lose those connections. And in this remote and hybrid environment, how are you going to maintain those connections? How are you going to ensure that you're speaking to everyone, not just those that are nearby to you, and ensuring that you're continuously building a relationship with your team?
I've been thinking a lot about how to simplify. I really take pride in creating simple visual models to help explain some of this, because we're experts here and we've been doing this, but we want to make it accessible to others who want to join on the journey of success. So I've been thinking a lot about Pat, my friend Pat that I bring to meetings and to strategy sessions, but Pat stands for people, approach, and technology. And the people piece really starting with that, because it's behaviors, it's communication, it's mindset, it is everyday activities that really make the difference for people. And then approach, thinking through an arc of transformation, and that it's a journey and that's not necessarily the end of the rainbow in which you reap the goods of your work, the success. It's building out the layers of an arc of transformation that you begin with prototyping as you would in software development, trying things out, measuring what works, gathering feedback, and scaling to an enterprise level, and then continuing to evolve when you're at that enterprise level. You're not done. You're never done. It should always be evolving. And then the technology piece, of course, I'm biased. I think Medallia should be part of your equation. However, Medallia plus other integrations. I mean, technology is essential. And if you're still doing manual process with paper or even manually crunching data, you have talent that's doing work that could be automated so that they can do some of the human work. It's not necessarily that they're going to be automated out of a role. They're going to be uplifted into a more human value add role. So Pat, he's got a lot to say. I'm happy to share more about Pat, but that's what I've been thinking about.
Yeah, data obviously seems to be a huge piece of this. And I do have a podcast where I talk about data and I talk to CDOs. So maybe I'm a little biased about how important it is, but I don't think that's really the case here. It seems to really be necessary to measure impact, measure change as it's happening on the ground here. So just tell me a little bit more for all the things that we're talking about in terms of transforming the workforce, in terms of making them feel motivated to show up every day. How does data serve as a valuable component of all that?
Sure. So I'm proud to say that when I was serving at the FDA, we embarked on a very intentional culture change. And from the onset, working in a participatory way with the employees to co-create values, whether those values are trust or integrity, or, it can be a number of values, but really baking those values into daily work experiences and beginning to measure them over time. And in a year, we saw an uptick about 10% of our FEV scores in a positive direction. And we were in like the C grade 70s. So we moved into the B level. And it's because, and I'm going to shout out to Tracy, while I wasn't reading this book, I think this book captures a lot of what we were doing, of being very, very intentional about the digital work experience and looking at all the things this great author, John, describes and beginning to measure them slowly, step by step, and looking at, how was that town hall? How valuable was the information that you received at the town hall? 1 to 5. Like, what would you like to learn more of? What isn't working? So just starting to collect feedback in these daily work experiences. So this book is awesome. I could go on and on about data, but I'll pause.
No, and we are also, that's what we're starting to really study at GSA. So the book that Nina was sharing with you, there's an author named John O'Din that's actually been doing quite a bit of work in the state of California. How do you measure success, right? And this is about what we're also bringing to the citizens of the state or at the federal level of the country. So John and I are brainstorming about how do we measure success of having a distributed team at GSA. The FEVs, critically important because I care what the workforce thinks, but I'm also going to measure that through my attrition and how many people decide to come to GSA. Because, before GSA had an advantage. We were the living lab. We are the living lab at the government, right? So we would always push the envelope. We always did telework. We did things before they become cool. Well, now everyone's catching up. So for example, with the Federal Acquisition Service, we used to steal a lot of talent from DOD. I've lost that competitive edge because DOD found out about telework last year, and now they're letting everyone do it. So we have to figure out how to continually involve and invest in our people so they want to stay. That also helps us inform when OMB or Congress comes to us and says, you're just letting everyone work from home, nothing's getting done. Well, that's not true. We have these employment metrics, we have these hiring and retention metrics, but we can also tell you what people think about the federal building service and public building service and what FAS is delivering for them. And 2 other amazing colleagues of mine are going to be speaking to today, Crystal Philcox and Laura Stanton. And they are also very ingrained in this work because at GSA, we are a service agency. We are helping support agencies deliver on their mission. So we do a ton of surveys, figuring out, are we delivering on what our customers need? Are they getting what they want? Are the services we're offering in line with what the agencies could use to expand their work? So it is that constant measurement, constant feedback loop. And then, and Matisha brought this up in our speaker room, being willing and able to execute if you have to change. Because if you just collect all this data and it's telling you no one likes what you're doing, but you keep doing it anyway because it's easy, you're going to actually hurt yourself in the long run.
So I don't even know where to start. We're in our infancy, I think, across the government in data literacy, data usage, data integrity, and data maturity. I know in the space that I live in, we've come a long way, but we have so much further to go. The strides that we have made, however, have been really telling about the possibilities of that future. So when I think about how we've used data to start changing the minds of leadership about the direction they're taking in handling the people stuff in our agency, I can say, wow, this is going to end up somewhere amazing. Right now, it's still, we're working through it, but it's going to get there. We have spent, like most HR shops, an inordinate amount of time, energy, and money on bringing people to the organization, hiring, butts in seats. That's where all the money goes. That's where all the energy goes. That's where every question asked is about. How many people have you filled today? If what we're doing once they get here doesn't keep them in the seat, what was it for? And all of the data asks that I had prior to this fiscal year were about hiring. Without asking or being asked, I started looking at everything else. So what are we doing to retain people? What does our data show we're doing to retain people? How many people are leaving? Who is leaving? When are they leaving? Why are they leaving? And when I started pointing out the retention issues that we had, the dynamic changed and the discussion changed and the money changed. And that was huge because now we're really cooking with gas, right? Like we're really able to say, this is not the direction we need to be heading in. We need to pivot and start thinking differently. So for me, the data has been absolutely critical to help rethink the direction that we're going as an agency overall. And I hope that that continues.
And I just have to say, it is Public Service Recognition Week, as Nina already said. So if people don't understand or appreciate the value of working for the government, no amount of money is ever going to keep them here. So we have to figure out where to get the folks that want to do public service. It's a calling. And also understanding when people say things are broken, and again, I take this personally because HR is not broken. What is broken is the way we treat our employees, not at the agency level, but as a country. We are the easy whipping post for anyone. Something is wrong in your life, it's probably the federal government's fault, somehow, some way. We have seen an erosion of wages in the last 10 years. Since the first sequestration, the average pay raise has been 0.9%. Ask me where anywhere in the federal or in the private sector, employees would stay for a company that didn't value them enough to give them a cost of living wage, but still increase their benefit cost. So they're basically taking home less money. We now have 4 different retirement systems in the government. Few people are still under civil service retirement. We have FERS, FERS FRAE, and FERS RAE. And those folks that came in after FERS are paying a bigger chunk of their paycheck into a pension system that is coming, they're funding it. So they do deserve it at the end of the day. Much like Social Security, they're paying for it. So every other recruiting tip that the government had, aside from the commitment to serve and be public servants, has been eroded in the past decade. But yet, as Matisha said very thoughtfully, people want to know why can't we get people into the government? Why don't they stay? What are we doing wrong? And that's not an agency independent effort. That is a whole of government issue. And when you compound that with you don't give them money to invest in IT systems so they can do their jobs better, when they don't have the basic necessities to get their work done, it becomes a losing proposition.
I'll add, as well, and this is very much a bipartisan view. We can become the best place to work. The federal government can become that place with learning, I think, is really the top thing that I took away, in that especially younger generations, as they're coming up through the ranks, going into workforce for the first time or evolving and moving into leadership roles, folks want development opportunities, and development opportunities are hitched to technology. The whole, technology is the core. So really this sweet spot here around enabling people to learn emerging technologies, which I've done for almost 25 years of my career, in more participatory, inclusive ways, like that's good for everyone. It's a complete win-win for business, industry, red, blue, purple, green, white, whatever, wherever you sit, it's just good for everyone. So I really stand firm. This intersection is the future.
And if I'm going to add to that, because you can't say learning and I not talk. So I think there's two things that a frame of reference shift as well. In bringing them into the government doesn't mean we have to keep them until they retire. Bringing them in and training them in the government, training them really well, and making them more competitive to leave the government is perfectly fine. Going out and getting private sector or nonprofit experience and then bringing that back into the government later in their career is fantastic for government. And so I think a lot of times learning gets stuck in this center spot where it's attacked for not doing enough and then attacked for doing too much. And it's an awkward place to be. But if we can really start to rethink that investment being worthwhile, whether they stay for 30 years or 3 years, is a good one.
Well, I feel we're really kicking off Public Service Recognition Week in a pretty big way here. A lot of material, I think, to process and digest here, but I'll open it up to the floor for questions if anyone wants to ask our fantastic panelists anything that is coming up here.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question. Very interesting panel. I've seen a study just came out in Nature. I don't know if you've had a chance to see that. It came out a couple days ago, and it was really, hey, it's fantastic. We have Zoom, and it's really helping us move things along. But how do we get the creativity part? That's where the survey came out with. It's easy to keep your job, keep it moving along, but some of the creativity is seemingly getting lost in the whole virtual environment.
I would be happy to answer this. So I am a very creative leader, and I think integrating collaborative tools, we use Mural a lot. It's basically like design thinking, Post-it notes, collaboration zone, digital. It's super fun. I've been experimenting with, and Lee's going to appreciate that, I'm showing you guys this, a gem architecture for the CX policy. Sending a document like this to everyone by email, hey, print it out, cut it out. We're going to do some thinking exercises about how to approach, this is policy. This is like a long PDF policy transcribed into a visual model. So I think the creativity, it challenges us, and good thing I'm around because I can help you guys think of crazy ideas that work. So reach out to me if you want to talk more about this for sure.
I think I'm pretty sure I read like a synopsis of that article and the whole thing. But my recollection is that they were able to show that there was a 15% increase in creativity when people were in person together. I think that has to be acknowledged. It comes back to an intention for me, like does every day need to be together in order to be creative? No. But if you need to bring people together to work on a problem or to rethink the future state, bring them together. But also utilize tools to keep it safe if someone's uncomfortable, again, meeting people where they are. But there are ways to do this, and I think it's hybrid.
I think I have a real-time example for you. This cracked me up last week. I started at GSA in the pandemic, so I have not met most of my 270 HR employees in person. I've only met a handful. I did intentionally bring in one of my teams last week. I asked them if they felt comfortable. Everyone except one person felt comfortable to come into DC. We had a very structured day, meaning I said, these are the goals I'd like you all to achieve. Go have at it. Let me know what you want. And the only thing they wanted was for me to buy them lunch. Easy, that part done. They actually stayed very late into late. They came in at 8:30. They were still there by 6:30. So that's a full day, right? And they said to me, this was the best day. We feel so connected because half of the team started during the pandemic. Can we do this again? And I said, when would you want to do it again? They said in about 6 months. So it was like they got their fill. They really built connections. They could then go and continue to do their work on Zoom or using Owls or Microsoft Teams. They only needed one day to kind of be physically in a room and having those sidebar conversations. They did share a meal together. And I do think that, to Matisha's point and to Nina's point, there's ways we can do it that don't mean bringing everyone back in 5 days a week or even 3 days a week. You know, you must be here 6 days a pay period. There's ways we can do this strategically that don't break the bank and are going to allow us to get the same end result.
Well, thank you, Joy, for conducting a terrific column. That's on my mind. There's going to be a column out of this, a terrific panel. I have 4 very quick comments. Somebody mentioned Public Service Recognition Week. Go to federalnewsnetwork.com and sign up to send a May We Say Thank You card to a federal employee that you think has done an outstanding job or a group. And those are posted and available. And it's a really great way to thank a Fed that are doing such great work. A couple of other comments. Tracy, I can't get over your passion every time I hear you speak. I'd love to have lunch with you. Probably have to be Dutch treat because I eat out expensive. And the government, maybe more than I can treat a government employee to. Matisha, I wanted to thank you for the comment on reverse mentoring. Really important. I'm in my late decades of life here, still working, but I'm mentoring a young man on our staff who's actually younger than my kids. And I can tell you, I've learned a lot more from him than I've been able to teach him. He's leading me by the hand, so to speak, through the world of Reddit. And if you want to see comments about yourself on Reddit, you better put on a coat of armor before you descend down into there. And finally, if Nina takes you up on a bet to play her in tabletop curling, go in with your eyes open because she is really tough on that. So a heck of a player. So once again, thanks to the panel and glad to have you with us this morning. We're going to reverse the order of events. We're going to take a short break now, 15 minutes to visit all the vendor tables, and then we will come back for the tech talk in about 15 minutes. Thank you all very much. Okay, everyone, if you're out there and you can hear me out in the hall, come on in. Otherwise, have a seat, and we're going to get started with the rest of the program. 2 big events between now and lunch. And as I promised, right after the break, we're going to have our first tech talk. And the tech talk is going to be presented by David Humphrey. He is the Worldwide Director of Product Management and Chief Technology Officer for IDLE, which is why they idolize him in his company, and control point at Microfocus. And they're right over there on that side of the room to my left, to your right. David, come on up. Give him a hand.
Thank you, everybody. And first thing is, you can tell the camera never lies. That was me pre-COVID, a little bit more afterwards. So I wish I'd heard the 2 speakers, the 2 groups we've had before I had this deck done, because it's some of the stuff, it iterates so well. But I'll just try and merge what I'm currently doing about it. First of all, Microfocus, you'll never have heard of us. Quickly, if you're using credit cards, if you're using any bank transactions, you are using Microfocus. If you've got a laptop out there, you're probably running parts of IDLE on it. And oddly enough, we supply to a lot of agencies, inverted commas, around the world that we can't mention, but quite interesting use cases for our products. On those use cases, to Clint's earlier thing, I remember sitting in Beijing 10 years ago, talking to some government official, asking us, could we monitor their news feed and then everybody else's news feed and see how their news feed was influencing everybody else's news feed. We turned that deal down. And a few other things as well. And then to the point of Misha, we work with certain people who monitor students at university monitor their interactions, their social media, the work they're doing, to make sure they retain them at university. Because if they spend all that money getting a student in who brings in the funds, if they then leave after 6 months, they've lost the funds. So there's a big amount of effort in monitoring the interactions of the student across what I will talk to you about, which is unstructured media. So IDLE is what we call it. It's an unstructured data analytics platform. We supply to government, we supply to enterprises, and we do an awful lot in OEM. And that's probably where you saw a figure of 1 billion users. That's where it comes from, because we're embedded in things. And they choose us because we access more stuff, more information than anybody else. We can get that information, get it out, and then do the analysis. And in some respects, there's the term good enough. But when good enough is not good enough, that's when government agencies turn to IDLE. And we'll analyze that, not just text, which as Clint said earlier, isn't really as important anymore. Predominantly, it's going to be video and audio. But we do all three together, and then you can do data fusion across. And then because we've done it for agencies, because we've been around since 1996, we know about security. And so that means we get into places. But, and I thought this was a great point, we do not believe artificial intelligence, which is fundamentally all our software is, will ever replace the human. It is there to augment the human. Artificial intelligence will not think outside the box. It can't make those leaps. It can make the human more efficient. It can focus that amount of information to the human. And that's where this product sits and what I talk about. And just a little bit of science based on two things. Information processing. So a gentleman called Bayes, who was a clerk in the 1700s. And he said, you can predict what's about to happen based on what you know has happened, not just statistics. And then Shannon, who's the guy below, talks about information value. And then the other half, which is the video analytics, the audio analytics, is all machine learning, and I could bore you sensitive about that. But let's take this example, right? We flip a coin. What's the probability of it heads or tails? 50-50, that's what you all say. But if you knew for the last 99 times it had turned up heads, you would change your probability. And that's exactly what Bayes is saying. Historic information can affect you predicting the future. So 99 to 1. And then strong information theory. So this is all about what you need to know within information to make a decision. And this is going to be important later on. So I tell you, you to think penguin, right? Am I referring to the bird? Am I referring to a very popular UK biscuit? And I didn't realize actually this possibly isn't available in America. It's a very nice biscuit. But if I said those words, didn't mention penguin at all, it actually means the publishing house. So different words used in different places actually have importance as well. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is the modern way people deal with unstructured data is to turn it into structured and process land. But you lose this sort of information, you lose critical points, and we're going to try to keep that. So as I say, take video, audio, image, find things in it, put it into structured land, do graph analysis, do database analysis. That's what everybody's doing today, but it has fundamental flaws. We'll look for things, PII grammars, we'll look for health insurance grammar, security grammar. So this is all about identifying things within your documents or things you've spoken about. And we'll do this for many, many countries around the world. We'll do certain government things, extract information from those documents, turn it into structured land, make the connections in structured land. We might do sentiment. So we might understand what's being said to an extent. Who is happy with some hotel? What somebody predicts a share price may or may not be. May look at tweets. Tweets are particularly difficult, by the way, because tweets are quite often 2 or 3 words and they're abbreviated, and doing analysis on tweets is very difficult. But we'll do that, and we'll try to understand the sentiment for tweets. Basically, you can do the sentiment of the mass, so you can understand a trend rather than a specific. A new interesting thing is fact extraction, and this goes on to the line of false information. So we can look at incoming information from news channels, open source, etc., and we'll try to establish facts from it when events are going to occur, when certain people have been appointed to a board, when certain people are going to travel somewhere. And this is all stuff our product gets used for. But one of the things we also do is allow you to corroborate those facts. So if you have multiple sources, you can use some form of voting system to understand whether that fact is possibly true or not, because you're going to automate it. And you could publish that fact even though a human's never been there, or you might push it to a human for validation. So that's all about looking at trustworthy sources or not trustworthy sources, but enough of them to make an attenuation. This is what people do. We'll then do forms of video dances. You've all seen this. People who do facial recognition. The one thing I'd say about that is one of our large use cases is open source intelligence. And the analyst quite often isn't looking for what you expect. So I had a long conversation with somebody once who was getting us to find when those videos of Red Square, which wasn't after Red Square. She was wanting to look in the streets in the background to see if they'd put a tank with a different type of gun barrel on accidentally. So there's no way, as artificial intelligence, we can look for the unknown. Somebody used the phrase in the second part, the unknown unknowns, and that's another problem you're going to come across. Then we'll do things like video surveillance, and we'll take, you can health and safety, count people, you'll tag the whole video, you can identify lots of stuff, but what you will end up doing here is losing context. So you could say that car was in the same scene as somebody, but you probably can't see, was it close enough? Particularly important if you're trying to track people in video. So it's always trying to maintain that context. We can extract lots of information from that. We are now applying a false ground plane to it, so we can actually, without any calibration, tell you the speeds of those vehicles. In doing that with humans, when they then say, did person A know person B at the time they were together in the video? And we'll do audio. We do 30 odd languages plus dialects. And that is to turn that mass monitoring down into the stuff that Clint's team can actually do the analysis with. It's filtering it down. And we do lots of other stuff with audio. If you've used books, Audible books, we were used to do the switch between audio to book and back. So if you're reading it and then you listen to it, we synced up on that. So it was quite an interesting use case. But the one thing, there's three things I want to point out, and it's very quick, so I'll be finishing soon. If you do what people are doing today, turn unstructured data into structured, which goes into databases, which goes into graph servers, you immediately lose the context of that information. That's the first problem. So when you've had a lot of information, you can't filter it down because you haven't got the context to filter that information down. Secondly, you have had to decide in advance what you're turning from unstructured into structured, what you're looking for, what entities you're trying to extract, what people you're trying to locate, what objects you're trying to see, what news channels you're monitoring. As soon as you've made that decision, you can no longer ask for something you didn't know about. So you're restricted now in your investigation. And then finally, when you go into structured land, things have direct connections, things have values, things don't allow you to look outside the box. You are immediately trapped inside that box. So to finish off, what we are doing as a product to help these guys, the analysts, the ladies out there doing the work, is allowing them to stay in the unstructured land where you have context, where you've got all your unknowns, because you can search for anything you want, but haven't just restricted it. And then also allow you to spot similarities. So you can say, I've got some information here, which is connected. Have I got disparate information somewhere else, which isn't connected, not the same names, not the same people, not the same location, but it's all about exactly the same thing. We've had cases where we've had two R&D teams working on the same product in the same company and saved thousands for companies because we've said, hey, you guys are doing exactly what you guys are doing. So it's all about fusing the unstructured land with the great structured land to do navigation. And that's the end of that. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And it was good to know that even though you are from Great Britain, the automobiles in that video demonstration were going in the right direction. So, glad to hear that. All right, our second panel of the day, we couldn't have an emerging technology conference without talking about zero trust. And here to moderate that panel is Jason Miller, my colleague of more than 20 years or so. And he's going to interrupt in a minute. Go ahead, do it. And the premier reporter and editor really in the federal information technology market. So Jason, take it away. Give him a hand.
Look at that. I had to take out my jacket. Eric and Mike, why don't you come join me? I met Eric, I met Mike today, and I met Eric on Zoom, so it's good to see you have legs.
I do have legs.
Great, good. Well, that's a whole different discussion. If you didn't have legs, that'd be fine too, by the way. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. All right. Anyways, thanks to Tom for inviting me and Tom for introducing me and Hannah and all the group at HARC for letting me do one of these again. This is great. I really appreciate it. It's my first time at GITEC in probably a long time. In fact, hey, Jory, I'm going to interrupt. Will you press record? It's great having so much of us here. I could ask a colleague to be like, hey, I need some help. Anyways, I always enjoy the events, and it's great that Tom's moderating and emceeing, and Jory's here. You did a great job at his panel. As you heard, I'm Jason Miller, Executive Editor of Federal News Network. Yes, you can find us on 1500 AM. That is the station that Tom is on every morning from 6 AM to 10 AM and again in the afternoon. If you don't listen, your AM radio button definitely works. Trust me, I used mine on the way here today. And of course, if you are not in your car, federalnewsnetwork.com as well. All right, so if you've seen me moderate before, you know I like to get us warmed up, a little warm up. I don't do jokes. I've been told many times, if you're not funny, don't try to be funny. So I like trivia. And early on, I used to do AM radio trivia, but we're talking cybersecurity. So we got a little cybersecurity trivia. And the whole point of this is to get you all warmed up so you have a conversation. I like conversations. I do not like lectures. So call out your answers. We got that, right? Call them out. Don't be waiting to call. And here we go. Here's your first question. How many requirements did OMB give to agencies under its final zero trust strategy released in January? I'm looking for a number. How many? 12. Too low. Close. 19. All right, there we go. Specific deadlines coming at the end of fiscal 2024 related to creating a zero trust architecture. The first deadline was actually March 27th when you had to have your zero trust plans into OMB and CISA. And then you have another one coming in January when agencies are required to support phishing resistant multi-factor authentication for all their public facing services. All right, here we go. Number 2, we're getting better. I feel the warm up happening. How many known, keyword known, exploited vulnerabilities in the CISA Exploited Vulnerabilities catalog as of yesterday, Sunday? How many? More. He cheated. Go ahead. You're really close. That's impressive. All right, the answer is 654, including 45 new ones added since April 1. And if you saw this just last week, CISA released the top exploited vulnerabilities of 2021. They worked with Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the UK. And they highlighted their top 15. No surprise, Log4j was among the top ones. And in fact, 9 of the top 15 are remote code execution types. I'm not sure what that means, but maybe Eric will tell us. All right, last one. We're getting better. We're getting better. Here we go. How much are agencies asking for to spend on cybersecurity in 2023? It's an ask. Remember, it's budget. Not enough. That's close. Say again. Oh my God. Still not enough. I mean, it's still too much and not enough. $10.9 billion. Now, of course, some of that's going to go to zero trust, right? Commerce Department asked for $50 million for endpoint detection response capabilities, centralized log management, and endpoint encryption. Treasury asked for $86 million for zero trust architecture implementation and what they call changes to password policies, building a new data categorization model, and making one internal system accessible over the internet. I guess through zero trust. Okay, guess what now? You have some facts and figures when you go home tonight for dinner. You can impress your family and friends with some trivia on cybersecurity. It'll really get the conversation going. All right, here's how we're going to do this today. I've asked each panelist to take 3 to 5 minutes and tell you something you don't know about zero trust and what they're working on. I don't do bios. If you don't know what DHS INA does, look it up. If you don't know what Red Hat does, look them up. If you want to know about their bios, I'm sure they're on LinkedIn, or maybe Eric's not because he's in the Intel world, but that's Eric. So there's all you need to know. And then once we get done, I will come out to you and have you ask questions. I took Tom's wireless mic. If you are old like me and you remember Phil Donahue, he used to walk this audience. That's what I like to do. So please participate, make this conversation yours. As you know, I'm a reporter. I can ask questions all day. They'd much rather hear from you. So that being said, let's get started. And Eric, tell the audience if they don't know about Zero Trust and what you're working on.
So it is on. All right, good. So we're working on a lot of things, obviously. The first thing we got to do was put a plan together. So, and finally, we're able to actually build a plan that had some funding around it, which is better than just building out a pipeline of hope that never comes to fruition. So, so we did build out our plan. We're on a slightly different schedule than those that are supplying plans to OMB because we involve or we leverage national security systems for the most part. So they're on a slightly different schedule. But we did put our plan together, and so glad about that. But, I started thinking about earlier the conversation around workforce, changing workforce, and how applicable that is really to the IC. We've been so resistant to the idea of remote work in the intelligence community, but now we kind of have to start thinking about that and what does it look like. And DHS is really leaning forward. I think in that regard, I've been involved in a lot of different IC agencies, and they're all at different places when it comes to, remote work, the idea of remote work, and how to make, classified information available or sensitive information available to those remotely. So anyway, we're working on that as well. And so that's a really important initiative for us because we do have a tremendous amount of folks in the field that need access to whether it's sensitive, unclassified information or classified information in the field. And so depending on the level of classification, it can be easier to share than others. But, I think the whole idea of, trying to attract and retain, people in the intelligence community when everybody else is remotely working, right? Which people really seem to like, myself included, to be honest. And, to try to, attract those folks to the intelligence community when you have to tell them when they walk through the door, they got to put all their personal electronics away, don't bring it in. If you do, then, you might get in trouble, well, at least if you do it a lot anyway. But, it's not a very encouraging or it's not a work environment that most people enjoy for the most part. And especially if you're looking for developers and those kinds of folks and you're trying to attract them and they're used to having, all of their electronics around them and access to unclassified internet-based resources, and you kind of want to take that away from them, you really stymie creativity, you stymie, the whole workflow, and it doesn't, you end up with a lot of turnover. And I've seen that happen at other IC agencies. So we are embarking on a journey to enable remote access to classified. It's going to take us a while to get there, and what it looks like will probably not be what it looks like when you're in the office, but it'll be a whole lot better than what it looks like today. So that's an important part of our journey, in addition to, all of the zero trust kind of projects that we have going on.
All right, so I'm going to get the follow-up in because I can. All right, so I'd love to ask you about what that plan looks like, but you're going to tell me you probably can't talk too much about it. But maybe if you can kind of give a broad perspective, because the IC, generally speaking, has been ahead of a lot of the civilian agencies when it comes to things like zero trust and understanding roles and responsibilities. Can you give us a sense of what are some of the things, some of the big areas that we're going to go down this path, or what's the direction?
So it's going to look different depending on who you are, what kind of, what the nature of your work is. It could be something as simple as a DMCC phone at the secret level, but they are working on DMCC. Well, they have DMCC at the TS level as well. That's all available information you can get via the internet. But so there's that type of accessibility, but like a DMC secret, it doesn't look like a TS, right? A TS phone will just do voice. A secret phone will give you a lot more access to data that you might need to do your work. So depending on the kind of work that you're doing, where you're doing it, and what level of classified access you need to, maybe that scratches the itch. There are also other products under development that will enable potentially thin client access or thin client-like access into, servers on the back end in secret networks. I don't foresee anything like that at the TS level, at least probably not during my lifetime anyway. We'll be lucky to get secret before I die. So that was supposed to be funny. Sorry. But anyway, so yeah, it'll look different depending on where you are, but there are things in development. There's not a lot of vendors in this space, so your options are somewhat limited right now.
Sounds like there's an opportunity for a vendor.
Sounds like there is.
Sounds like there is. All right. Speaking of vendors, Michael from Red Hat, tell us something we don't know about Zero Trust.
Great cue. I do work for Red Hat, a vendor, of course, so we have our own unique perspectives. And Jason did ask us to talk about things we're working on. And from the vendor's perspective, there's probably three main things that we're trying to do. And the first is just education, helping our customers understand what Zero Trust is. When this term popped up in the executive order, although many in the security space may have heard of it before or even practiced some of these concepts, it was still new to a lot of folks. But more importantly, too, not just understanding what Zero Trust is, but what it means and what you have to do to actually get there. There wasn't a lot of guidance in the executive order, and follow on this, guidance from OMB, CISA has been immensely helpful on that, but still leaves huge gaps in terms of knowledge and awareness about what we need to do. But then turning that also into actionable steps for us as a technology provider, how we interact with our customers, what capabilities today that we can exploit to bring more Zero Trust maturity organizations already using our products, technologies, other product technologies, community projects, and if there's a truism in Zero Trust, it's not a single product, it's an architecture, an architectural style. So many products already have Zero Trust capabilities or can create those capabilities and maturity if you use them correctly. Or we'll need to take those existing technologies and legacy technologies in particular and adapt those to the Zero Trust concepts. So that's been a huge focus as a vendor for us. But then also trying to look forward into how we're going to build our own products and technologies to mature those in terms of implementing and making it easier for folks to essentially do the right thing, provide Zero Trust capabilities out of the box, make our own products and technologies, I'll use the term more Zero Trust, which has some specific meanings once you dig into the details of what Zero Trust asks us to do from a technology perspective. On that front, one of the things I do as a strategist around our security topics within Red Hat is try and look forward into what's next. Within Red Hat, we have a big initiative around edge computing. So edge computing is all about us taking what we think of as cloud computing today and moving it towards other environments outside the traditional managed services and cloud service providers to remote sites in particular. So I actually do come from the DoD and intelligence communities, so kind of familiar with these types of environments. But operating those environments brings lots of unique operating characteristics. The most important being, there's many SWAP concerns, so space, weight, and power. The lack of trained staff, so you have to make things super easy for people to manage and operate. Patch, their basic cyber hygiene, right? Things like remote work, ties into that very well as well. But also like DIL networks, so operating inside of your disconnected environments where, if Zero Trust is asking us to take all our enterprise information and context to make every access determination, how do you do that if you can't reach back to your enterprise identity store, for example? And so, my thought for today and for this conference that I was exploring was, how do you do that in edge environments in particular? And I think I've actually finally found a legitimate use case, and I'm a skeptic here, for blockchain technology. Amazing. I think crypto is a giant pyramid scheme, but in this particular case, blockchain and blockchain-like technologies, though I prefer a more technical implementation called a Merkle tree, if you're familiar with those, has the ability to create a consensus and distributed store that you can then reconcile after the fact once you restore connection back to your enterprise, but still lets your edge environment operate with essentially a partial set of information that it can then use that consensus process to judge its own source of truth. And so I actually think there's a use case for that. Plus, your identity-based access controls can be tailored to your confidence intervals essentially, and the capabilities that you have to reason on that. So you don't have to worry about for example, the transactional speed or computational power required, because you're not making that many decisions based on, or you can tailor how often you make those decisions based on your available compute power and your networking. So I actually think this is a legitimate use case, and that's my food for thought. So as you're throwing out questions out there, I would love to hear everyone else's thoughts on that topic as well.
All right, I'm going to ask my one logical follow-up, and then we're going to get to audience questions. So please think of questions. He gave you blockchain. Really? That's a good question. Let's talk blockchain real quick. Like, just generally speaking, blockchain is known, and this way I understand it, and I'm no expert, it's known for where we all can see who owns what, if you will, or who's where. You're not necessarily saying it'd be open to anyone, but it could be open how, or which, just give me that initial thought and maybe how it may work.
Yeah, I mean, the whole goal in like a distributed edge environment would be, how do you get nodes to trust each other essentially, or environments to trust each other? And you don't necessarily need to exchange a lot of data to do that. So this is the whole predicate about PKI infrastructures, for example. You're not exchanging the data itself. You're exchanging public keys, public information, almost by definition. And so there's no reason why you can't exchange proof of trust, essentially, or proof of identity through these networks in an obfuscated fashion through encryption or other means. So yeah, I think that's still not a problem. The fact that it's public isn't an issue. I mean, you could broadcast this stuff in theory. And in fact, that's probably even the best implementation. Broadcast on your 5G networks and encrypted channels, and lets the evolution of that chain and the corresponding trust that it implies through your network propagate.
Mike brought up 5G because we had a conversation earlier, and I just made the offhanded comment that I'm not sure 5G exists either, like blockchain, and he said actually it does. So where's the guy from AT&T? There you go, it works. Tom has a question. The good thing about this, I can give Tom the microphone and I know he'll use it correctly.
Okay, my question for Eric. Many years ago, for people working in both classified and unclassified, there was something called the Tempest standard. There were Tempest computers. They had electromechanical implementations of it, and then I think maybe toward the end, software. Have you heard of that? Is there anything that can be resurrected from the Tempest era that could be used in the remote fashion?
It's a great question. So obviously we have to worry about Tempest itself, right, as a consideration whenever we allow any kind of classified work outside of, a SCIF or some other secure facility. So I'm not familiar with the program or the specific program that you're speaking of in that arena, but Tempest is always a concern. In fact, it's probably one of the biggest concerns. It's what's keeping you from bringing your cell phone or your other wireless device into a secure facility in the first place. So there are things being done in that space to mitigate Tempest concerns. But it's always something that we have to worry about, and because a lot of it's theoretical, a lot of it's some of it's proven, but some of it is, hey, this could potentially happen. Sometimes, when you put on your risk management hat, you're like, okay, so in some alternate universe, somebody puts their Bluetooth device next to a classified computer and starts spitting classified bits out in space that somebody's sucking up and making sense out of. So, it's hard because you're like, that's a risk I'm willing to take, but you can't always, because there's different folks usually responsible for the actual secure facilities themselves and what's allowed inside them. And then there's those of us more on the CIO, CISO side of the house that are responsible for securing the IT inside of them. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that program.
I'm going to ask the question that maybe others are thinking. When you say Tempest, is that a term of art? I mean, Tom talked about maybe standards of program, but you used it more broadly. Maybe just give a.
Yeah, so it's essentially the concern that, radio waves will, leave the building of a secure facility that you're operating out of, and that others are able to make sense of it. I mean, you go back far enough, they did talk about being able to pull emanations off of, electric typewriters, screens, keyboards, things like that, that somebody was able to actually collect and turn back into information, right? So there are concerns in this space. There are technologies like window films and how you construct a skiff in the first place that can mitigate these. But it's always something that we're kind of fighting against, is to make sure that we're controlling emanations, that we've got the right kind of standoff or whatever it takes, to make sure that our enemies aren't, or our adversaries aren't getting that data and making something useful from it.
Michael, weigh in on this broader issue of understanding not just the Tempest piece, but just securing the data, securing the system. I mean, we know Red Hat open source, people can have some concerns. Talk maybe just more the broad issues that you see.
Yeah, I'll even pull this back into the zero trust space a little bit. in the
I hope
sense
so.
of-
It's a panel.
Yeah, so zero trust presumes and almost takes for granted the idea that you have a strong security perimeter to start with, right? In order for you to build stronger gates, you have to have the walls, or people will just bypass the gates. And so things like Tempest and other basic security hygiene is a critical part of zero trust. And that's sort of where you need to start with. So, we talk about like getting started with zero trust. One of the things I often suggest is, well, do you have your cyber hygiene house in order first? Because that's the basic requirement. And only then can you maybe think more strategically about how to do the higher order functions of zero trust, your business analysts, your PAM or IGA tools and whatever. So starting with that basic security foundation is important. Now you asked about, how do we do that, right? So Red Hat as an open source company is dedicated to making open source easy to use and default by secure, or secure by default. And what I mean by that is, we take open source projects, we analyze those, and we only support the ones that we think we can secure and provide secure solutions for our customers for. Good examples of this would be, this was maybe a month or two ago, I saw in the community version of OpenSSH, a cipher that was being used that was insecure. And in fact, a vulnerability was discovered a couple months ago. And this is one that one of our security engineers commented on when that was discovered. Well, this is why we didn't include it in our version, because we looked at the community contributions, the testing that the community has done. It was like, well, it's great that this algorithm is in there, but we just don't think it's reliable. Like, it may be good, it may not. We didn't take an opinion at the time, but we just weren't sure. So we excluded it by default. And as a result, our customers were unaffected by that vulnerability when it was announced. And importantly, and this goes to like data protection, like in the zero trust sense is, your data is your most valuable asset. And if you don't have, for example, strong encryption, which is why encryption features so prominently in like the OMB and CISA guidance, then someone's going to capture that data in its encrypted form, wait for that vulnerability, maybe years later, and now decrypt it, right? So you have to be exceedingly careful about, keeping your data safe via those kind of encryption tools. So I think that's a great example of what the kind of things that we do as a company to help protect our customers.
All right, we got another question.
Great. So quick question. This will be interesting to hear both from a government and a vendor perspective. What are the top 2 or 3 challenges that you see to implementing zero trust within government, both from a government perspective and a vendor perspective?
I'll go first. From a government perspective, what makes it hard is, obviously resources. It's not just money, it's also the people. It's also the products, in that everybody's selling zero trust. I got a zero trust thing, just buy it, give me a couple $1 million, should be zero trust. It's not going to happen. We already have a lot of tools. We don't have an unlimited supply of money, so we have to make trade-offs. We have to make decisions about what best closes this gap. Zero trust, like you said earlier, is a journey. It's not something we're going to get to overnight, but it may not even be appropriate to get there 100% in every place, in every context. So you're going to have to decide, how do I best spend this money to get the most security I can out of that money? But also, where do I find and, attract and retain the people I need in order to maintain it? And that becomes increasingly harder all the time. So, we have to do things like train in-house and hope, they don't get swept up by our cloud service provider, right? But that happens all the time too. So, we are kind of limited to some degree to the folks that are really committed to public service, that are committed to the mission of wherever you are, DoD or IC or DHS. They're committed to the mission. And so every once in a while, we're able to, attract someone like that. And thankfully at DHS, we do have some programs where we are able to, pay beyond the GS pay scale for folks whose skills are in high demand in cyber. So that was a big change for us and one that's helped us keep people, but it's resources.
All right, Mike, before you go, two quick things. One, I think I saw on LinkedIn just recently, DHS just put out 2 positions for in the cyber talent management system, which is what Eric's talking about. So I guess if you're looking for a cyber job, there's 2 openings. But the second thing is, how often are you still getting, and I know it's a guess, but a guesstimate that you're going to get a pitch that says zero trust in a box, open it up and you're zero trustable. How often do you get that? Like 10% of the time, 80% of the time, would you guess?
It's a lot. It's a lot. And so it's a challenge because everybody's got something to sell. I am on LinkedIn, by the way, to answer your
sorry.
respond to your question. Everybody's selling zero trust. And I honestly, I'm sorry if you've sent me emails and I just deleted them and did not return them, because if I called every vendor back, I would actually not get any work done at all. So it's hard because you do get pounded, with a lot of requests for meetings and stuff like that, both through LinkedIn and directly into my inbox. So it's a lot.
A lot. All right, Mike, answer Neil's question.
Yeah. So I guess the question is like, what are the challenges? And I would say, we talked about resources a second ago, and I almost go back to this fundamental idea of like, we have to first understand what zero trust is. And that's kind of our education campaign. And the biggest thing there is we talk about this, and I talk about in terms of a journey. And the important thing is you'll never get there. That's why it's not a product, right? No one could ever sell you your zero trust now. You'll always have more security controls, more access controls, more contextual data you can use to make those kind of decisions with. And that will never change, right? We will always get better at those things. There will always be new attackers and new ways that they can, circumvent our systems. There's always going to be things to do in that space. You're never going to get there, which is why I also frame it in terms of maturity and, more importantly, capability. I talked a moment ago too about, there's a lot of existing things in your portfolio you probably can take and apply zero trust concepts to. You're just not today. And that's probably because of the second part of the challenge, which is it's really hard to understand how to implement zero trust, even if you have all those tools in the toolbox. The biggest reason is zero trust is fundamentally about how do you make access decisions. It's an access control framework. And that how you make those decisions is basically a business decision, right? It's a business requirement. What does your business need? Does person A or system A need access to data Y, right? And how much, when, how long, under what conditions, who gets to approve it? Those are all business decisions. And most organizations, don't know how they make those existing decisions today, or they have very loose rules, and really it's in some guy's head in the IT department, when they add the username into the access list for app, that controls access to that data. But that's it. And zero trust says, well, that's not good enough anymore. We're going to not just allow access on the whim of some IT operator or admin. In fact, we don't even want that IT admin to have access, because that's also very dangerous, privileged access like that. Instead, we're going to, every time somebody wants access, we're going to go through a governance process. We're going to decide how much access. Then we're only going to give them the bare minimum they need to get job done, right? And then take it away because they're done now. They don't need access anymore. And so there's understand the business requirements and then how to translate that into actual execution, like make those access controls happen now. And those are big challenges that we have to solve, but it's mostly on the understanding your business side of things.
What a great opportunity for business process reengineering.
Absolutely.
That's so much fun. Another question.
Thank you. Jessica Davis with Microsoft. So when you think about the zero trust framework and the alignment of that to TIC 3.0 as well as the CDM program as a whole, how should agencies prioritize or manage all of those programs in order to optimize their security posture?
It's a good question. First off, we're all starting on the zero trust journey from a different place, right? Depending on what system you're talking about. A lot of them say already have, a second factor at least, as part of their authentication process. And some don't, especially in the intelligence community. There were But that's been something that we've been working on now for a few years, and there's been a lot of emphasis in that area. So, we're still trying to figure out, is the third factor required, especially when you're talking about privileged access, where you may or may not have a PAM in place, a privileged access management solution. So, you have to take stock, you have to understand where you are before you can really kind of start off on the journey. So I think, understanding that is a critical first step. And then deciding, where are we going to go? Because you're not going to have all the money that you need to get to the end. There is no end. There's no finish line. It's just, constant progress. And at some point, is it really worth spending any more money to secure this any more than we already have? When that could be taking money away from, say, mission or something, that's why you're there in the first place. You're there to secure the mission. And so if you're not enabling the mission, then, you've got it wrong, right? So I'm not sure I've completely answered your question or not, but I think, understanding where you're starting from is a critical first step. And then, you're going to have to figure out what, resources you want to invest in. Obviously, you have to have, some kind of ICAM solution that's going to, ensure that you're giving access to the right people. But it's not just the ICAM solution. All of these things work together. Yeah, we mentioned encryption quite extensively. Encryption's great as long as it's the right person, with that username and password accessing that resource. Because all the data at rest encryption is not going to do you a whole lot of good if somebody gets your credentials and is able to move around on the network. So yeah, you might still have transport layer security or, encryption for data and movement, but data at rest encryption relies heavily on making sure you've got the right person at the other end of that username and password or other credential. But to do the kind of data sharing we need to do so we don't have another 9/11, we need to make sure that that data is tagged properly, that it's tagged sufficiently that we can, get more granular in our access decisions. So yeah, you only want to allow the right person to the right data for a certain amount of time, but how do you know it's the right data? We've been sucking up data for years and years and years. And, is it tagged properly to make sure that you can actually make those kinds of access decisions? And so that becomes a big part of the answer as well.
Let me do a quick follow-up on that, the data tagging piece. And I'm going to go back to the strategy you talked about at the beginning. How much of that strategy is talking about that data tagging piece, that metadata? Do you guys at INA have a chief data officer or somebody who's filling that role? And what's your relationship with them? And can Jory interview them? Just kidding. Go ahead.
So yes, we do have a CDO in INA, and that is a very tight relationship because obviously for us to do our work correctly, we've got to work hand in hand to make sure that we've got the right data management strategy in place. And we do. So I'm happy about that. That's one of the more important aspects, in my opinion, as far as zero trust is concerned.
And the strategy addresses that data piece, or is it just the fact you already have that tagging piece in place that you can just say, we're going to use this tagging piece and then go from there?
Well, we have the tagging of the past, right, which was good enough for like RBAC or something along those lines, but not necessarily good enough for ABAC and to really make fine-grained access decisions. So we've got a plan now, and we're moving out on particularly. I don't want to speak about somebody else's project, but we have a project that's ongoing that's more in its infancy at this point, but it is off the ground that's going to address a lot of our data sharing concerns, especially on the unclassified environment.
And you went from role-based to access-based in case of folks.
Attribute-based, yeah.
Attribute-based, thank you. Mike, did you want to jump in on the data discussion, or I have another question?
Yeah, I would love to chime in on that data discussion. And mostly because, Jason, you remarked in your opening there, how we often talk about the DoD and the NIC being more mature with respect to zero trust. And that's probably one of the fundamental reasons why the DoD and intelligence communities have long been wedded to this idea of tagging the data, right? They inherently operate on controlled information and classified information. They've gotten used to tagging data. Matter of fact, a coworker of mine reminded me of the catchphrase from the IC, tag the people, tag the data. This was like a whole 20-year effort, I would say, in the DoD and IC to kind of move in that direction. And going back to the comments about like, the OMB and CISA maturity models and the TIC framework and things like that, those kind of things are the fundamental prerequisites we need to get to kind of implementing zero trust, right? We need to understand the actors in our system, the resources they want to access, and then we can finally incorporate those access controls and enforcement points. But that's kind of a fundamental first step. Why the DoD and intelligence community are so far ahead. And I think to the point that was made a second ago is like, if we want to move to those better access control models, moving towards ABAC or CBAC, for example, we need to have that data tagged in order to make that happen. But that's true. I think, you gotta start with that data tagging and understanding and inventorying your systems to do that.
And just from your experience, I want to get to this question real quick. Are you finding that your agency customers are asking you about that? Or are you bringing that up to them? What's the conversation like real quick?
Yeah, I think most people have an awareness that they need to provide this kind of inventory and understand. But the question then is, well, how, right? So what tools are there available to, say, associate that metadata with the data, right? Keeping that and tracking that association is really hard because data can get loose in any number of ways. And so as soon as you pull that away, then you lose track and that data is now unconstrained. So you have to have technical tools in order to keep that association alive. There's various things like DRM or encryption or things of that nature, but fundamentally you have to figure out a way to do that for yourself.
Loose data, nothing's worse.
Yep.
Question?
Yeah. Eric Hilson type. This is for Eric. This has confounded me a bit. And you already answered half of it regarding TS work and geolocation, but it's a theoretical. And I'm just curious to hear your perspective because I'm tracking a lot of the DIB work I'm engaged in other areas. In regards to you read cloud strategy, talk about modernization, being able to pull assets virtualized in the DoD, and you talk about NSA revalidating an Amazon contract, and then obviously CISA's work in the cloud. Do you foresee, assuming geolocation in a SCIF, before your time comes, seeing a virtualized SCIF where you're pulling assets in off a virtualized environment?
So that's a great question. A virtualized SCIF, I suppose it's possible, right? Especially, with advances in computing, it's both a blessing and a curse. It empowers our adversaries, makes them far more dangerous than they ever have been because they do have access to the same kind of compute power we do, where that wasn't always historically true. A virtual SCIF, there's a lot of risk aversion in that space. So while I think it's possible, we could make a lot of progress there, I just don't know. I don't know how much progress we'll actually make in that arena. Now, like I said, if you can, not everything needs to be TS. And that's been, so, I'm guilty, right? Every email, top secret, no foreign, blah, 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 blah. Hi, how's your day going? So, we've always tended to overclassify. And it kind of enabled the risk aversion, the data silos, things like that. But, if we just take a more critical look at what we're calling TS, right, then maybe there's a lot more we can share at the secret level, maybe even a lot more we can share at the unclassified level when it comes to sensitive data.
And just a quick follow-up on your question too. And then I've heard there's some SCIF sharing as a potential as a something that's going on if agencies.
Yeah, that's been a trend for a little while, to help more, especially smaller vendors get access to the larger IC agencies is to kind of support these SCIF as a service kind of places. They do exist.
Another question.
Yes, how you doing? Daryl Peak from Google. So one of the questions that I have is regarding the zero trust architecture. And one of the ideas is reduction of VPN. So is that a discussion that you all are having based on access control lists of devices and users within your zero trust strategy?
I can start with that one. Yeah, absolutely. We definitely talk about eliminating or reducing VPNs. We saw like in the OMB guidance, it's actually a requirement to look and remove VPNs. They're an anti-pattern as far as zero trust is concerned because they end up concentrating your access into a single location, both of the input and output, right? And so we want to avoid them, but that's not to say they also don't still have a role, right? We talk also about other cybersecurity strategies, defense in depth being another primary strategy, right? There's no reason you can't tunnel traffic through a VPN and still encrypt that channel in other ways or provide other data protection. So they still can exist. We're not suggesting, I wouldn't suggest get rid of your VPNs. I would say layer in your zero trust access controls, layer in your basic cyber hygiene in coordination with your VPN strategy as well. But you can get rid of VPNs. The whole point of zero trust is not to trust your network, right? So you shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter if it's a VPN or not if you're doing it correctly. Which is, of course, why the strategy says make one internally facing app publicly accessible, right? Because it shouldn't matter if it's publicly accessible or not. If you have strong multi-factor authentication, if you have encryption services and things of that nature, and are following other rules of zero trust. So, VPNs still exist, but I would suggest a better alternative is follow those zero trust principles. And we even see specialized approaches in vendors now, that basically offer zero trust like alternatives to VPN. So you probably have run across terms like zero trust network access or SASE solutions, things that offer alternatives to VPNs that provide many of the same kind of architectural patterns, but remove that concentration issue, right? So I saw Zscaler out in the hall here, and I'll plug them for a second here, right? So they essentially use a managed virtual appliance in front of every endpoint to avoid concentrating all your traffic into one single point. And then you can control that access through controlling that management proxy. So that's a great pattern, right? And that avoids many of those issues. The ZTNA space, they operate by managing all your network devices along that network route. And either way, it gives you that opportunity in a zero trust sense to control that as an enforcement point, much better than a VPN.
I'll just add that, obviously we've got a whole lot of VPNs out there, depending on, what solution we're talking about or access to what. So I think while it gave us something to kind of aim for, I think, we're not going to suddenly overnight get rid of VPNs. They're going to be around for a very long time, and in some cases may never go away.
All right, another question over here. Tell them who you are.
Burl Higwood, Presidio Federal. We've put a team together to focus on the IoT and the operational technology side of the house. Shields Up, trying to support that part of the executive order. Can you talk about the collaboration and culture between the traditional IT side of the house and, that's buckled down, but the vulnerability seems to be on the OT side?
Sure. So yeah, it's interesting to me because it's actually an issue kind of near and dear to my heart. I used to be an ISM at an NRO ground station. So, and they had quite an extensive OT infrastructure to support that. I obviously won't get into any details, but the mindset back then was, well, it's not IT, leave it alone. Those things don't apply. So there was that kind of, in general, across the community, across, I think everywhere, right? OT didn't matter, and it was, wasn't the same as IT and wasn't, subject to the same requirements. And we said, well, that's when I would step in and go, you do have like a server or something, right? It's part of this infrastructure. Well, yeah, we got those. I said, okay, then it's in scope. So, but like, getting people to kind of change that mindset did take a little time, kind of like executive orders. Sometimes things happen that kind of help you more tectonically shift mindset and enable you to take things more seriously. And so, it's, things have happened. I think there's been studies done to kind of help explain to people why OT is as big a vulnerability as it is. We've gone out of our way to, in a lot of cases, network our OT infrastructure to the internet so that we can manage things remotely with, uncleared people. I'm not saying it's happening in the IC. I'm saying just in general when it comes to OT. Because we're very much against networking OT to the internet in any way, shape, or form, wherever we can. So, but the mindset, the culture is changing. We are taking OT a lot more seriously than we ever have, and so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with all those comments too. Though I would say that one of the other big issues is IT and OT is blended a lot more than it used to be. So OT continues to get more powerful. You know, you're running more sophisticated and programmable microcontrollers. The other issue with OT is historically we protected that OT with IT. So they operated, say, on protected networks or protected systems or using specialized access control methods. And again, going back to the zero trust concept, right? That's just no longer acceptable. We don't rely on, hence the name zero trust, you know, somebody else to protect us anymore. And this is why the increased focus, right? We want those individual OT devices and systems to essentially operate, you know, without having to trust that those cybersecurity protections will be provided by IT. And of course, he used the term, IT is no longer an issue or something to that effect. You know, that's still, you know, that continues to be proven wrong every day. So even if we are protecting our OT with IT, you know, we can never rely on that IT providing adequate protections. And we have to continue to harden our OT systems. And then, yeah, the idea of like enabling remote access to these OT devices is done for business reasons. So I'm going to go back to this, like, you know, everything is being driven by these business decisions. We need to adapt our security, you know, cybersecurity posture and approaches to that. And that's just a fact.
Just kind of add on a little bit. I mean, we have a responsibility on the security side of the house to communicate the risks more effectively than we have in the past. And that's why I think we make the business decisions we do make, is because we're not doing a good enough job explaining to leaders why they need to care about it more than they do. So, you know, it's a conversation, but one that I think from a security side, we need to do much better at.
Okay, I was told I get one more question, so I will ask it unless there's a pressing question in the audience that's not a soliloquy or a promotion by Tom. Not that Tom, the other Tom. All right, oh, we got the last one. All right, can you want me to walk or are you going to yell it out? All right.
Sure, I'll go first. What does it look like? So for me, it looks something different for every network I'm looking at, right? So, and that's the challenge is, you know, what goal are we shooting for on a particular network? I'm not going to invest the same amount of money in a standalone system that I'm going to invest in a internet connected system. So, you know, across the IC, there's many hundreds of systems. Here at DHS, we have, you know, many dozens of systems that are under the purview of INA. And so just trying to determine, you know, making sure we understand what the goalpost looks like for us. And then actually making demonstrable progress against that. It's, you know, if we can get to where I want to be on each individual system or network within the next couple of years, then to me, that's what success looks like.
And real quick, do you have, based on the plan that you talked about, do you know, generally speaking, for this system, we want to get to X, and this system, we want to get to Y? Do you, okay.
Yep. That's what our plan definitely looks like. Yep.
Yeah, I'll echo some of that in the sense that I think success is going to, for Zero Trust, is going to be a series of little successes. Every time you have your access determined in a transactional basis, that's a success. And for any system, for any domain, for any individual actor or resource. And what I mean by that is, like, you know, they request access to that system, they get access based on a current access determination, and that's it. And we're going to continue to do that. Like I said, it is why it doesn't end. For more and more domains, more and more actors, more and more resources. And that's going to be a series of incremental improvements. But I would say every time you can make that access determination on that basis, that's a success. That's a Zero Trust improvement. You have gotten a little tiny bit more mature. Now just replicate that across your organization. Make those access determinations more contextually aware, right? Instead of just being like, who are you? Well, now, who are you? What time of day it is? What system are you coming from? And just keep on progressing, and you'll start making your systems more mature and more secure.
All right, well, Tom's there. He's about to give me the hook. So two things. If you've not heard about this, Tom Temin's charity motorcycle ride's coming up May 20th. I'll throw a plug there. He's already raised like $400,000 or something. No, I don't know that much. It's a lot of great money. It's 2 great charities. So please, if you're not familiar with it, let him know. He'll tell you all about it. And let's give the folks a round of applause. You guys are a great audience. I'll pass it back over to Tom.
Okay, thank you very much, Jason. Panelists, great. Eric, Michael, terrific job. I know what zero trust looks like. It always says access denied, or they hide it as 404 error, but whatever, you can't get in. But what we do not deny access to is lunch, which is taking place right outside of these doors right now. We'll see you back here in an hour. Thanks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. You'll notice if you didn't get a chance to get a rasher of bacon at breakfast, we could get it this afternoon at lunch. So everyone's had their sodium fix. We do have a slight change in the program from what is published. Crystal Philcox could not be with us because she just got a brand new job at GSA in a totally different domain. So you know how that goes with federal employees. I was a little disappointed not to see Crystal because I used to cover her father when he was the CIO of the IRS back in the 90s. So kind of a generational thing. And I just hope, you know, she doesn't have children that come into the government because I don't want to be covering the grandchildren of people I used to cover. But I don't know if I don't retire soon, it will. Anyway, we do have some great ATARC awards for some great work done with and in the federal government. And to present those, this guy we've been talking about all morning is coming back to do them, Tom Suter.
So we were mentioning earlier, we have the GITEC Awards that used to be part of the show, and we do them now in September, and they've kind of turned into like team awards where we're recognizing teams. So we kind of decided to, let's do some individual awards based on a little more input from my staff. I was not involved with the GITEC Awards. I segment myself from them. So I would have government people calling me up. They were mad they didn't win. It wasn't my fault. I just point him over to John Sprague. You know, he's, you know, in the government. So, yes. No, I didn't really do that, John. Come on. But anyway, I'm really excited about the contributors that we have this year. It's been really a 2-year journey here with pandemic. And, you know, with my staff, we came up with a few different awards that we're going to talk about. So the first one we're going to talk about is the Digital Transformation Award. And this person is a senior advisor for human capital transformation of the Department of the Interior within the Office of Human Capital. And they use their expertise with information technology management, governance, budget, and project execution, unlock human capital data leveraging advanced technologies. And we have her via Zoom. She couldn't make it today, but it's Robin Reese with the Department of the Interior. And Robin, I don't know, does anybody know Robin? She is just fantastic. I remember we had her keynote one of our seminars, one of our webinars, and it's like, wow, she's amazing. And she is working with our working groups and leading our digital transformation working group. And she's just been a whirlwind. And I think Nina was talking about her earlier this morning. Can we bring up the aforementioned Robin Reese? Hi, Robin.
Hi, Tom. Thanks so much. Hi, everyone.
Can we get a few words from you? You don't have to use your visionary keynote stuff, but save that for the next summit, but thank you.
Sure. I want to just start by saying thank you. Thank you for inviting me to participate in the digital transformation and workforce transformation conversation. I think it's really important to a lot of us, and I've had a really great time and an honor leading that workforce transformation team with my co-leads from MITRE and other organizations, and bringing in making new friends and bringing in lots of thought leaders in this space so that we can start to really move the ball down the field with respect to understanding how we really accomplish true digital and workforce transformation. So I just really appreciate the opportunity to work with ATARC and with all of you. Thanks, Tom.
Robin, fantastic. Round of applause for Robin. And next up, we have a gentleman that has more than 30 years of experience in leadership roles spanning the federal government and public sectors. Throughout that career, he's been responsible for organizational transformation, data design, innovation, engineering, and operational management and governance of complex IT solutions. He is currently the Chief Data Officer and Deputy Digital Transformation Officer, one of the first in the federal government, I might add, by the way, reporting to the Deputy Associate Administrator at NASA. And this person has had a long career. He's worked at the VA, he's worked at HHS, he's worked at IRS, you worked at Treasury, Justice too, right? No, not Justice. That was the one agency he didn't work for. But I've got to know this gentleman. His name is Ron Thompson. And this is a lifetime award. I don't know if it's a secret, but he's going to be announcing his retirement pretty soon. Is that okay to talk about that? But just a fantastic guy. I've gotten to know him and work with him. He's been involved with lots of different associations, and we just really appreciate his leadership. Thank you, my friend. Actually, I've got to give you this.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Here, we need a picture.
All right,
Pretend I didn't do that.
there you go.
Okay, all right. Great, this is yours.
Thanks, Tom. It's kind of surreal. I think I was talking with a few folks at lunchtime, and if I were to go back and look at myself 30 years ago and say, don't get so worked up, don't sweat the small stuff, right? Because it's all small stuff, right? But I want to thank Tom, the board. It's a privilege to be here after 2.5 years. I think the last time we were here, we were at a different location right down the street. But it's good to see everyone. A lot of friends out in the community, a lot of important work that we do. Associations like ATARC make it important for us to come together in the federal space and the commercial space to work to share ideas in a safe environment. So so the cat's out of the bag. I announced last week that I'll be retiring this summer. Looking forward to that, and then rejoining actually the public sector again on a different side of the equation. But thank you very much, Tom. I really appreciate the recognition. So.
You gonna break any news for us yet, or are you just working on that? No, I'm just kidding. Stay tuned. Okay. I'll tell you what, we'll do a press release when we see it. Yes. We'll do a video. Now we learn to do videos. That's how you get to people, I heard. Next, we have, I don't even know how to get started on this one, but I've known him for a little bit. But we have the Matt Mandrock, who is board member of the year. Matt serves as the head of U.S. public sector for Zoom, covering U.S. federal, U.S. state and local governments, and U.S. in education. He leads the U.S. public sector strategy, as well as rapid transformation adoption of the FedRAMP authorized Zoom for government, offering to U.S. Government customers, systems integrators, and contractors. Matt's held a couple of different titles at some big companies, Cisco, Checkpoint, and Extreme. And Matt's having a pretty good year. He's already won Fed Scoop 50, and he's State Scoop 50, and I think we're going to be celebrating that Fed 100 in a few weeks. But just to give you an idea of how helpful this has been, he started this job just a couple of weeks before pandemic. I don't know. He jumped into this job. We had our last in-person event the last week of COVID. I think Ross was there. It was around DevOps. And it was the last week before COVID. And then we went virtual after that. So he immediately stepped in and provided ATARC with a FedRAMP version of Zoom. And the rest has been history. Recently, he's the kind of person you could send a text to. We were doing a government event with GSA about a month ago, and we exceeded our licenses. I think we had like 1,000 limit. He raised us to 3,000. We got about 1,500 people on a webinar. People actually are still going on webinars, by the way. And just he's there when you need him. And he's always asking what he can do to help. So without further ado, we'll bring up Matt Mandrock. Thank you, Matt. And coincidentally, he went to Virginia Tech. We'll throw that in there. Okay. Yeah, you go over here. This. All right. Have a few words.
Tom said enough already. So I just want to say thank you for all the people in your personal lives who've used Zoom to get through this pandemic timeframe and what we're doing to help transform the workplace of the future for government. I'm looking forward to really, really great things that we're going to do together. So thank you.
Thank you. And the next person, hopefully she's here. Yes, we have Jennifer Kenny Smith. And she goes by the initials JKS. And Jennifer is a thought leader, a visionary, and a strategist who supports civilian agencies exploring, evaluating, and accomplishing their goals with digital transformation. After 18 years, she's developed a brand and reputation as a trusted advisor and government advocate while working at companies such as GitLab, where she is now, ServiceNow, McAfee, and EMC. So she currently holds civilian sales district. She's a civilian sales district manager at GitLab. So anyway, we had these very technical working groups, and we're talking about DevOps, and Jennifer's in one of them, and she's like, this really isn't my niche. And I'm like, okay. So she came up with a new concept that I hadn't really thought about. And I think it kind of goes to what Clint was talking about earlier. So she decided to start this podcast in this whole YouTube channel. And she basically interviews all these thought leaders. And she's really just built this audience up, and she's just this personality. She's our ATURC influencer, what Clint was. And now we've started this whole network. We have, Kirsten, how many we have? About 7 or 8. So we try to recruit the best thought leaders we can. And now we're really reaching a wider audience. Who would have thought it, on downloading your podcast. So it's been fantastic. She's always got a smile on her face. She's always texting this next great idea. So she has won the New Initiatives of the Year award. Can you come up here, Jennifer? Here. Now, you want a few words?
I just want to thank everyone that's been a part of the podcast party. Brian Fox, Ian Anderson, where's some of my people at? Kirsten. Thank you all so much. It's super fun. If you want to be a part of changing how we go to market in the government, how we bring technology, let me know. And this guy, thank you so much.
So we have a few more. That's all we have time for today. We have a few more that we're going to be doing tomorrow. But thank you. Thanks again to all the winners.
Well, those were about the shortest acceptance speeches I've ever seen. I was going to go outside and have a cigar, but I'm glad I came back into the room so there's no gap. All right. Especially for a podcaster. I mean, you can give a couple sentences. Anyhow, we are on to our next panel. This panel is entitled "A Inside Look at a Chief Technology Officer." I guess it's going to kind of be like Grey's Anatomy, maybe, or maybe just inside their heads or their thoughts. Anyway, to do that panel, we have from FedScoop tech reporter Dave Netchapir. Dave, come on up.
All right. My name is Dana Zepper. I'm a tech reporter with FedScoop. I'm excited to introduce an all-star panel of CTOs. We have Nicole Willis, CTO of the Office of Management and Policy at HHS OIG. Landon Van Dyke, CTO of the Office of Management Strategy and Solutions for the Undersecretary for Management at State Department. And Kevin Duvall, CTO of the Office of CIO Administration for Children and Families at HHS. Hopefully the food coma from lunch hasn't set in quite yet. So I'll start by letting everybody, once they get up here, introduce themselves. Tell us a little bit about your role at your agencies and basically any projects of interest, anything you've got going on in the CTO space that you want people to know about before we get into a little bit of Q&A. Nicole, how about you start us off?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. So I am currently the Chief Technology Officer at HHS OIG. I've been in that role for a little under a year. Previous to that, I was leading up enterprise architecture at HHS OIG. Our mission at HHS OIG is to, help the nations fight against fraud, waste, and abuse for Medicare and Medicaid and other HHS programs. Some of the major initiatives I'm working on right now is mapping out our journey with our Zero Trust roadmap efforts and also looking at our building out our multi-cloud strategy.
Kevin?
Hey, can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Duvall. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of the Administration for Children and Families, which is a subcomponent of the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as the Acting Chief Information Officer of that same subcomponent. Before that, I was the Acting Chief Data Officer of the Department of Health and Human Services, so kind of went to one of the optives and so I can see it from, I guess, 3 different hats now. I'm a Wahoo, so UVA grad for the Virginia Tech person, but currently we're working on, thinking about how we can modernize our systems and perhaps more importantly, do work more efficiently. ACF is a kind of unique agency in that, there's lots of different components of it and different constraints, but really looking at ways that technology can help us solve problems and do business in a different and better way, ultimately serving our customers.
And lastly, Landon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So I work for the U.S. Department of State. I'm a senior advisor to the Undersecretary for Management. Pretty much my job is to help invent new ways or new solutions to get around different hurdles. Over the last some odd years, helped build the IoT network for the department. So if you've heard about the air monitoring program at the U.S. embassies, that was a program that we helped start off and created. Building automation systems was one of the other ones that we focused on securing. A couple of years ago, I stood up the Center for Analytics for the Department of State. So we now have a CDO in place and we have an analytics shop as well. So pretty much just anything that really requires technology, they put people like myself on it and we throw things at the wall and we see what sticks. So happy to be here.
So I wanted to start out by asking all of you, how are you monitoring your sprawling IT asset landscapes? What strategies are you finding work? And how are you using those findings to make lifecycle management decisions? Nicole?
So some of the things we're doing is, I call ourselves, we have a small but mighty IT shop. So we're really taking a look at kind of what technology we own, how that's meeting our mission or how we can better utilize that and working with our customers to understand how that can be applied to meet their mission and also working with our industry partners to also partner with them and understand how we can better apply those and use those in our environment. Because it's really about, applying the right technology at the right time and, utilizing the best of our resources and also looking out at, we do like technology discovery days where we have our industry partners come in or other agencies tell us about how they're applying either technologies that we're using or technologies that complement what we do, but really trying to, build a portfolio, a balanced portfolio that can support the mission of HHS OIG.
Kevin, I see you shaking your head. I'm curious.
Yeah, we're kind of, I would say we're taking a little bit of a different approach. So we, but those sound good too, and I'm going to write those down. We're really looking internal to our governance functions and really thinking about, we have a lot of the information right in front of us, right? And so really taking a second look at all those pieces and parts and saying, can we, I like to think about it as, can we play matchmaker among different programs and say like, hey, you're kind of doing something over here that these folks might benefit from. Can we connect you two together and Because, part of the CIO function is this like kind of very classic portfolio management. Can I rationalize all of my IT assets and get to this level of maturity and then reach nirvana? And so, one of the challenges with that is working with all the programs to make it happen. But I think, playing matchmaker and kind of saying, hey, you could benefit each other. Maybe we should connect you and see if we can make things work. I think that's kind of a healthier approach to driving towards that.
Well, I know I shouldn't say this because our PR person will be like, don't say that publicly. However, I'll say it anyway. We have so much technology at the State Department. No one person really knows what is going on in the sense of, you have diplomatic security focusing on cybersecurity. You have, our administration bureau really focusing on business activities to help manage business. And then of course we have our IT shop, the IRM shop, which is trying to keep the infrastructure running. And, they don't always know what everybody else is doing. There's just so much going on. And of course we have over 274 posts around the world with their own IT shop, right? So one of my jobs is to actually go around and find out what everybody is doing and, have lunches and talk to people around the world and say, hey, what are you working on? And try to make the connections very similar, saying, hey, you know what? I bet you we could save you money if you just moved on to this other person's platform, which already has the enterprise solution in place.
And as an ATO.
As an ATO, and it will alleviate your concerns on cyber risk and alleviate some of your concerns on, some of the zero trust architecture. So part of our job really is just to reach out, talk to people, find out what those needs are, and they're continuously evolving. But find out what those needs are and predict where we might find those solutions. And if they happen to not be in place, bring them in. So.
Sticking with this line of matchmaking, have you found any strategies that work on that front really well? And maybe can you give us an example of an opportunity where you really found a need and were able to fill it?
Me? Sure. Okay, sure. Well, I won't say which technology because that would be bad. But I will say it rhymes with L-Force. And I've got another technology out there that rhymes with Irvis Now. And so you have these platforms within the building and at the enterprise level. And you have smaller bureaus that don't actually have technology shops, but they need the services that these platforms provide. And many times these platforms are pretty expensive just as an enterprise solution. And we found that we had multiple versions of the same solution, throughout the large enterprise. And it's really trying to, once you find that, it's almost as if you have to talk people off of their teddy bear, right? Like, I like this version that has been brought to me by this bureau. And another person may like the version that's same enterprise system, but it's tweaked a little bit differently. And the people that work it are a little different. And so they might like the teddy bear over here. And so for us, that matchmaking it's not just about informing people, hey, this is over here and this is over here, let's combine it. It really is understanding where the value add is in both and try to ensure that you're emulating that once you've consolidated. So.
Nicole or Kevin, any other matchmaking tips you can offer?
Yeah, I mean, there's also this like moment of I don't know, like you kind of bring people down to earth that like, your thing is not that dissimilar than this other person's thing. Like at the end of the day, we're kind of doing a very similar business process. Granted, fundamentally different, like maybe nomenclature, maybe approaches, and you're in the case of ACF, grantees, right? So we're really an agency that effectuates our mission predominantly through grantees. So we work with grantees who then work with our end customers, or, in the case of when there's a state involved, we work with states who then work with sub-grantees who then work with children and families that need a given service. And so, going back to the basics of saying, you're both looking for a dashboard, right? A data dashboard. You want to visualize your program. And so, does it matter that the URL of that dashboard, it looks slightly different? Things like that, that you can kind of negotiate and navigate with program offices, I think is a way you kind of start having wins there.
And then I can share. So we also have one of those low code platforms. And we've had a lot of success. As I'll say, when I first started there, we had these siloed applications that were even named by the office that they supported. It kind of drove me crazy. So we've been able to kind of build kind of enterprise-wide applications, consolidating across the different audit, evaluation, and investigation offices by building applications on the low code platform. Also kind of, being able to expose easier our IT services to all of our customers.
And Nicole, I know you've also been working on a lot of data and AI projects recently at your agency. Can you get into a little bit of that work and maybe some use cases that highlight what you're doing at your agency?
Okay, so we have we have a very active chief data and analytics officer. So and our CIO's office is really providing kind of the infrastructure support. So they've really been working with our audit evaluators and investigators really to use AI and things like RPA to kind of pull insights to find trends and different indicators of fraud, waste, and abuse. I don't want to go into details in any specific example, but really it's really kind of serving as a workforce multiplier to help spot trends or things that might signal some type of fraud, waste, and abuse quicker.
Kevin or Landon, data analytics, AI, what are you guys using it for? How is it kind of leading to your future state at your agencies?
So I guess I'll talk about a past life that was a recent past life. So as the chief data officer of HHS during kind of the COVID-19 pandemic, I didn't start that way. I started as a person that our CIO came to one evening and said, "Hey, like we need to work on this problem. We need to get all the data together." And so that was vitally important. And I think one of the things about that one was just how public and visible the data needed to be. This wasn't data that we were collecting and kind of swirling away into a corner in HHS. We had to make this data open and available to the public. And as the pandemic went on, there was a demand for more detail, more data. Initially it was everyone focused on case and death counts, right? So that was what we monitored all throughout the pandemic. But then people wanted to look at and see hospital level data about what was going on at a given facility. Because, over time, the American public knew that that was a key constraint in the whole apparatus of addressing COVID-19. And so making that data available to the public and was really important. It required us to stand up a lot of data infrastructure very quickly and very efficiently. So we had to, kind of take smart approaches to how we were solving all of that. I think ACF has the same possibility with regards to how we did some of those techniques at the department level could apply to the ACF, but it was, kind of trial by fire. You had to stand up things because people were demanding information about COVID-19.
Yeah, I would agree. We're very much focused on, it's the big buzzword around the building is like data informed decision making, right? Everywhere from whether we should have a hybrid workforce come in, when do we bring people in based on COVID, counts in the region, and we have like 86 different locations domestically where we're tracking, what's the count in the area. To things like, just IT deployment. We're trying to figure out how many of our programs are actually duplicating themselves, how many programs we might find fraud, or how many programs we actually could eliminate. Just things on the IoT side or the Internet of Things side. We're looking at building automation, so we're looking at efficiency gains for our buildings, for sustainable practices around the world. We're looking at vehicle telematics. So we're again looking at how our vehicles are being run, if they're being idle,
if they're even the right vehicle in the right terrain, so we're looking at that, and, especially in cyber, we're very much looking at AI and analytics. We're kind of looking at it a little bit differently. We're saying, hey, as Eric in the last session here said, data is your, it's your bread and butter. We recognize that, part of it is, we have like a vault or a network where our bread and butter is going around left and right. And we really have to understand the level of risk we have in that vault. So we need to understand that data is dynamic, its value is dynamic. 2 years ago, information about the Ukraine and different logistic routes to the Ukraine wasn't as valuable as it is today. So recognizing that the value of our data will be dynamic pretty much means our cyber officers need to understand when they come into the office that something that might have been in our data system for the last 3 years at a very low value should have more enhanced monitoring on it as of today. And everybody that has access to it should have more monitoring and controls around them. So to be able to do that dynamically and more on a real time, we have to use AI and machine learning to get a better handle of what's the value of what we're holding and, when it changes and what to do.
How far along are you in that process? And also Kevin too, I imagine the pandemic shifted the value of certain data as well. Are you doing something similar there?
We're in the process right now of getting the machine learning, the natural language processing in place. So we can, we do understand some of the value of our data. I won't tell you which part, but it's this stuff. No, I'm just kidding. But we are in the process of starting to get an understanding of not just the value, but how you look at it, because it may not be valuable to you if you're looking at it from a management perspective, but if you look at it from a national security perspective, it's extremely valuable, right? So recognizing that there are multiple buckets and matrix of stakeholders that have to look at that that data from a different lens has helped the department understand why data and what its value is throughout the spectrum of all the data we have. So we're in the process of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely in the cyber context, I think we have some more kind of focus and sophistication with, with regards to that asset looks off, like, let's figure it out. I think that it's an area where I think everyone's realizing that the human intervention with data is no longer an option, right? You have to use AI because it's just the volume and velocity is just coming at you way too fast. Like you have to kind of dig for the patterns of the unknown unknowns. And so, I think there's some nascent investments there, but definitely an area that we still need to kind of dig a little bit deeper into and figure it out. I mean, with our programs, looking across and consolidating, questions I ask myself, how are we serving families across our multiple programs? I think that's a huge question that we really want to consider. And I think that's an area where kind of AI can help us kind of triangulate across and say, okay, we're seeing this pattern. And then, for me, none of this is valuable without some sort of like feeding it to the right policymaker and saying, and here's the action that like kind of the algorithms are recommending you take. These two programs serve very similar populations. Here's the types of decisions that we need to be talking about to ultimately serve that population better.
Well, Nicole, has your relationship with AI or your approach to AI changed at all in the last few years? What are you seeing on your end there?
Yeah, I think, and particularly we're looking at it too in the kind of with our zero trust journey and really helping us, make the most of our limited resources, really kind of looking at where we can use automation and AI to, shift our human resources from kind of the routine repetitive work. And I think like Kevin said, there's only so many eyes we can have on all the data. So really kind of looking at it as an enabler, not a threat, really something that can enhance the work we do and allow us to better utilize all our resources and have more proactive insight into cyber threats and what's happening with our assets at any time.
So you said zero trust. We'll now enter the zero trust portion of our conversation. How has zero trust and the requirements there affected how you guys are approaching your architectures, how you're approaching customer experience? Anyone can take this one.
No, I mean, my CAO is Jerry Karen, so we're big on zero trust. It's really, really kind of just shifted, everything that we were looking at, really trying to, and I like to we've really worked with our customers, trying to understand it, trying to reduce the fear of it. I really have been communicating it as an enabler. It will allow us, we have a lot of folks that want to have access and analyze large amounts of data, but using things like segregation and privileged access, we can comfortably be able to provide that access to information with making sure that it's secure. So I guess it's just it's been a culture change, really kind of communicating and changing the way we think about the work we do, how we can do it securely and still, or actually even accomplish more than we could.
And I love Jerry, by the way. I should tell you that right now. He was State Department. He's State Department in heart. Okay, I'm just saying. Over at state, obviously since we're spread out, we're dispersed, zero trust is kind of actually a good thing in the sense of, if I know I'm not trusting any of the networks which I'm in, which in many countries, we don't trust the networks that we're working on. And your architecture is able to handle that, it's that much better, right? So it's actually allowing us to harden certain activities which we otherwise under traditional architecture would not have been able to do. We would have just gone to the satellite. So for us right now, we're kind of going through that stage where we're taking stock of everything that we have. We're looking at whether that some of the items that are in stock are actually going to be useful for zero trust. To give you an idea, one of the things that we're working on right now is SD-WAN, looking to see how do we integrate that with a new architecture. There are certain things that we're looking at that we're saying, and I won't say it because I think there might be some other people here. But we're looking.
Tell us what it rhymes with.
What it rhymes with is Irewall. No, I'm just kidding. But we are looking at different types of security mechanisms, which traditionally we've always held on to as a security blanket. But in reality, if we do our architecture correctly, years later, after we verified that it was put in correctly, we might be able to take away some of those extra security measures. So right now we're taking stock, but we're also trying to project out to the future budget-wise, saying to the budgeteers, all right, so I'm spending $4 million on O&M over the next 5 years. If I do this investment of $10 million, I can lower my O&M, hopefully, by 2 million over that same time span. Being able to make that argument with something that the whole government has yet to actually put its arms around and say, yes, this is zero trust, you're definitely heading toward the right target. It's kind of a challenge. And so we're working with a lot of our budgeteers to also educate them on here's the theory behind zero trust. Here are some of the elements that we're hoping to see out of zero trust. And if we do it right, you should start to see a couple of these check boxes getting filled over time. So again, it's a lot of education, it's a lot of planning and thinking, but that's pretty much where we are right now.
Yeah, it's interesting you asked about customer experience in the same vein. And, the one fear I have is this kind of balancing act of interoperability among zero trust. So we're going to go to this model where everything's an island, right? And we're going to work together to kind of ensure that, we're protecting these assets in this manner. One concern I have is just, what will that do to that customer experience? You see certain areas of a department really pushing towards interoperability and open sharing, and then you have the balancing act of zero trust. I I still think there's a right balance, but you know, that's one concern I have kind of going into that domain. The department, you know, so HHS, we inherit networks at the ACF level, right? So we kind of have almost this zero trust model in place where, you know, the department's doing certain cybersecurity kind of intelligence to monitor what's flowing into ACF, and then ACF is concurrently doing kind of its own intelligence, same with OIG. So, you know, we're kind of playing that off. That, you know, it kind of gives me solace at night to know that there's more than one set of eyes monitoring a given situation and a given asset. So, you know, interested to see how this journey will play out. But yes, the IR wall is probably one of the most important things too.
Do you think there's a right approach to interoperability, or things that you would like to see happen that really make things work on your end?
So I mean, we in the ACF domain, again, it's an incredibly federated model for delivering value to. So, you know, how I think about ACF is like we're the wholesalers. So, you know, ACF works with states and grantees to deliver solutions, and so that network is fundamentally distributed in its nature, and you know, I think that's one of the challenges we face. We're doing a lot of investment in kind of like human services interoperability development. So like, you know, can we standardize how we call a given, you know, name a person and describe attributes about them and things like that, so that, you know, if a state has to coordinate human services care for a given individual, they can do it. And, you know, sharing across, you know, I think we've been pushing kind of generally that like sharing among our programs is vitally important, but to the zero trust point, like you have to do it in a fundamentally secure way. And I think that's kind of the evolved nature of kind of what we're doing. Like when you see these types of attacks that move, you know, get in and then move across networks, you immediately understand why zero trust is so important. Like this makes sense. So I think it's that defining those interfaces really well that will allow zero trust to kind of be okay and also encourage interoperability.
Yeah, Nicole, are you finding something similar at HHS OIG on the interoperability front? How are you kind of managing the customer experience side of things?
Well, we've done a lot on trying to kind of you know, maintain a strategic partnership with our customers. So we have regular touch points with each offices to, you know, look at how they're utilizing technology. We're doing a lot of education around zero trust and what's coming. So we bring them along and make sure they have the support they need for the, I don't like to say changes, but enhancements that we'll be bringing forward. So, you know, really strong partnership with our customers. We are really driving to make sure, you know, checking in, making sure our services, you know, are meeting their needs, you know, or they have gaps, you know, where we can identify things to help them and bring them and explain to them how they're part of our path to zero trust and those types of technology efforts.
Now, Landon, this might be specific to you, but I know you mentioned at the start IoT and the things you're doing on that front. Can you talk a little bit about the technologies you're working with and in the use case you stood up on that?
Sure. So originally we did it, you always do it poorly the first time, right? So originally we did it poorly. We essentially started out with things like smart meters, and we were putting them around the world, and we were tunneling through an existing network. So again, zero trust would look at that and say, "Ah, you fool." So, you know, we were working with things like that. We would notice things were breaking. We didn't have reliability. You know, years later, we shifted to the cloud. That helped us do more control, command and control better. It did get us out of our existing network. And so we were essentially establishing our own network, but at the same time recognizing it wasn't really a network. It was more of a protocol. I got a blinking thing over here, and it will only talk to this blinking thing over here. And we don't care what network you're using, but as long as it makes it over, it can find it. So once we established the usability for smart metering, we recognized we could do other things with it. And so we moved on to air monitoring. We've done the vehicle telematics solution.
And now we're finding that we're getting lots of other requests, things like earthquake sensors or internal air monitoring. So we have lots of residents. We have like 22,000 residences around the world. And during COVID, many people were working from home. In places like New Delhi or Mumbai, the air quality is horrible outside, but the construction for the homes aren't that great either. And so that means inside, you might be requiring your employees to work inside a building that's not actually good quality for air for them, and they should probably step outside or open a window or do something. And so we're looking at different ways that we can improve our personnel's health and safety. But at the same time, we're also evaluating things like LoRaWAN, which is, it's essentially, it's like a private cellular network just for yourself, right? In countries where maybe we don't trust the use of the cellular network in country, and we need to be able to pass information or sensor data and not have to connect to a local internet provider. So these are the type of technologies we're looking at, but then obviously on the back end, we need to be able to use it for whatever reason. So, we are looking at different AI platforms that can ingest this information. You were talking about interoperability. For us, we recognize that as a federated environment as well, there's so many solution providers out there that we really need to be able to have more of a modular approach. We're agnostic on what, creates the information, and we're kind of agnostic on what reads the information, right? We just want to make sure it makes it through the transmission phase. And once it gets into our system, like Center for Analytics, we have an ETL system. We're trying to transform and wrangle. And I know there's a lot of providers out here that can do a lot of that stuff. The biggest fear we have is if we're not in a modular state in the back end, meaning I should be able to take a look at my ETL as a module. I should be able to look at my storage as a module. And many providers provide everything all at once, right? You provide the platform, which is fine. But going back to that zero trust comment we were just making, if you're looking at lateral movement among things inside your cloud, you might say, well, it's my platform. I'm selling you this service, this platform here, and we are zero trust everything outside. But if you look inside the actual system they're putting together, they may not actually have a zero trust modular system in place where my ETL can only talk to a very specific element of data storage, right? So that's one of the things right now as we're looking at everybody's architecture, not just ours, but the providers. We are starting to poke around and say, hey, what are you doing here on that technology? But going back to the last part, the AI part, obviously, once we've created all of this AI or derived data, everybody wants to visualize it, right? I mean, we kind of joke that the reason why data management today is so popular is because somebody created the way to visually touch something and make a dashboard move a little bit. And then we gave it to our executives who then kept trying to drill down further and further and eventually couldn't do it. And they would say, why? And it's like, well, because all of the data standards we've been asking you to implement over the last 20 years, you always ignored or never funded. And because of that, we don't have the right data to actually put that in place. And so because of visualization and the executives feeling that their toy was broken, we are able to get more resources now to get cleaner data and understand what's going on. So that's, if you're looking at innovation and technology, it's just really data standards, it's data standardization.
I'd like to take the time to open the floor to the audience for questions now. Anybody who has a question and they're itching to ask it, raise your hand, and we've got 2 mics floating around. Oh, right here.
Thank you. So a question about guardrails around AI.
So you've got a little bit of black box and gray box in some of that technology. So I'm curious about what your thoughts are on what kind of controls you're thinking about for the AI that you're implementing.
Can I take that? You want? For us, a lot of the AI, for us, a lot of the AI is it's an amalgamation of algorithms, right? And many of those algorithms, and some of them are from libraries online, open source libraries, which I actually saw a company out here that does scanning for security for open source stuff. So I thought that was, thank you very much. I was looking at you guys actually for AI libraries. I was thinking about you guys. So there was an executive order about a year ago that focused on transparency within AI. We had an AI work group, an interagency work group that was stood up. And we created guiding principles for AI usage for federal entities. And a lot of that revolved around transparency of the transparency of the algorithms, understanding drift in the calculations, allowing third parties to come in and do audits. And then, of course, for the department, what was fascinating was it's actually the recipe of, we might use cluster analysis and, regression outcomes together. We might put them together and throw something else. We'll smatter a quadratic equation into whatever. And it really doesn't matter to that extent what items go in. We don't care about people knowing what goes into the AI, but we do care about how it's configured. And so from that perspective, the question is, how do we classify the recipe, right? And then how do you allow a third party to come in and do their audits based on the recipe being classified? So all of a sudden you're limiting to a very small segment of the federal service providers access. And I know there's a lot of great data scientists out there that don't have that level of clearance that we would want to have them come in and evaluate it. So those are all the little elements that we're looking at when it comes to AI and securing it and still making it transparent. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for ACF, a lot of our data is, we work with states and grantees again. So a lot of and I'm thinking of one program in particular, it's really kind of the state that controls, they rule the roost about things. And so open defensibility of what we're doing with the data is kind of our default course of action. So, we would have to be very clear and say, we're going to use it in this manner, we're going to use it in this manner. And in fact, through our computer matching agreements and data use agreements, we actually, are pretty constrained in it. So it's really, we would have to sell out in the open whatever AI we're attempting to use to achieve some, unique value outcome for that given data set. So it's kind of, we're kind of hemmed into a corner on some of that stuff, but it's also, for me, it's also the kind of public trust side, right? You have to be open and honest about, hey, this is sensitive data. We deal with, children and families and children and families in need. And so we need to be open and transparent about how we're using their data effectively.
Similar with us, a lot of the data we're using is coming from the HHS program. So we have to, align to those data use agreements and apply, the same type of data use group rules or any type of governance on AI. We're really trying to work to strategically select the use cases we're doing. We're, working through some proof of concepts and to learn the unknowns and also kind of as we mature our policies. So, we're still learning and maturing there, but really making sure that we're, following kind of any agreements or any governance rules we have for anything else. And also, making sure we have the visibility and monitoring of those products running in our environments.
You have a question over here on our right.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Hey everybody. Can you talk a little bit about balancing the utility of the cloud, where obviously storage and compute is effectively a commodity, and how you build open architecture scalable systems that are cost managed but also providing what you need for the vast user communities that you guys support? Just comment on that a little bit.
I mean, I can start, I'll say ACF is pretty heavily invested in one particular cloud vendor. I've always in previous roles operated in multi-cloud environments because at the end of the day, like one thing that I always struggle with is, our business process comes first. And how it's executed in the tool comes second. You can't be you can't be 100% of the way there, but we have to achieve the value outcome that we want out of our program first. And then, how it works in the tool is kind of the secondary piece. I would say it's really situation specific and kind of what is the most important thing to the program. So in the case of ACF, a lot of our population is kind of like a good modality for them would be social workers, right? So they are bright, intelligent people that know a lot about human services and child welfare and, working with families and those types of things. And so really intuitive tools are really important to them because at the end of the day, they have a huge amount of people that they need to serve with very limited tools. And so, I would say I lean much more into that customer experience, executive order. Audrey is in the audience who I work with, and she knows how much I lean into that executive order, but it's really important because these people are trying to get a mission done for these folks. And so I would say I lean towards kind of building in a very customer oriented thing and letting that determine the architecture. And if that's, putting a few different tools together to make that happen, I think we should explore that because everyone's got their best thing.
Yeah, I would agree. We've also built out in one particular cloud environment and some, platform as a service environments. But we're, as we go down our multi-cloud journey, really looking at kind of strategically what makes sense. I have a group of data scientists that want the best of breed in all the cloud environments, but what is the best for HHS OIG to meet our particular use cases and mission needs, and how can we support that? We're also, working on kind of the 3-year to 5-year financial forecast and plan, because all of this is more subscription based and different cost model than how we're funded in the government. So doing, making sure that we are making those decisions based on the mission needs, something that we could support in our financial forecast, or identify ways to fund that in the future. But really kind of picking out the best breed from the cloud providers. So what would work for HHS OIG.
So back to your first question, strategic sprawl, I think is the term that we want to use.
I would say, I would agree with my colleagues here. Obviously the mission comes first. And then it really does get to the nuts and bolts of cost. One of the problems we always find with, let's say, services, was it SaaS? Services a what? What's the AS again? Thank you very much. Software as a service. Thank you. What we end up with in some cases is data needs to move from one cloud where it resides to the other cloud to get processed. And then the question always comes back, how much did I pay for exfilling, right? And that actually is a huge, cost. And you're basically committing your agency to O&M, and you can probably escalate it O&M over time, right? Because if it's a very successful program, more data will come, right? And even if they don't raise their price, more data will come. So for us, really, then it becomes a question of, well, do we want to bring it into the cloud? Well, maybe they don't always provide that. And you end up short sheeting yourself, because when it is in their cloud, they keep it updated and running perfectly, as much as perfectly can be. When you put it in your cloud, that's limited. And so you start doing this calculation. Do I really want to deal with, this solution, which I know will be perfect, but it's going to either cost me a lot of money, or it's going to escalate my O&M over time, or it's not going to be as good as it currently is in the marketplace, because it needs to be within a certain security parameter. So I mean, that's part of one of our biggest calculations when we're trying to figure out, do we use somebody else's cloud? Do we use their service? Or do we try to bring it within our cloud? It's our fence line, essentially.
Tom has a question.
We have a question. Now is the time for me to pitch. We just launched a new working group at ATARC, the multi-cloud working group. It's going to look at the cost, the security, how do I manage multi-cloud? And we have a good government champion, Kieran Balson, that is with the DCOI program at GSA. So just put that in there if you want to ping us on. Kirsten actually runs that. So anything else, Kirsten, about that I didn't pick up?
Just that Sid Serpata is another chair on that working group.
Great, great.
Yeah, this question is for Landon. I'm very interested to hear your perspectives. This may be an answer in motion because there's a cyber directive at state. I've been out to Europe discussing certain aspects of cyber, and I know they're behind in, say, software factory efforts and software. In that cyber directive, will the State Department be reaching out to the embassies or any other mechanism to help our allies, partners, or places where we have interest?
Well, I'll definitely say yes, and then I'll qualify that. So you're talking about the new Cyber Directorate Bureau, right? The one that we just stood up. And a good portion of that bureau is focused on U.S. diplomacy and engagement on cyber, right? So in as so much as you can kind of imagine an entity overseas that might be creating and manufacturing every IT product on the planet, we'll just call that entity A, all right? And then you're sitting here going, well, if they are creating the IT products, then they have a good chance of controlling the standards. And if they're controlling the standards, then they can actually control how we would actually build our AI, our ETL, our clouds, transverse our networks. So there is a necessity to have other countries and other markets basically say, hey, we would really like to have a more open system where industry looks for the best solution and it's kind of proven through industry and business, this is the solution, rather than by edict, right? That bureau will be one of the primary forefronts on that solution or that problem, right? They will be the ones going out there trying to gather different countries, different entities around the world to support a more free and open market-based solution for all IT, right? And so from that perspective, that's their value. Then if you look at it on the other side, on the operations for our cyber, right? You know, we have diplomatic security, which we have a cyber bureau there as well. We have IRM, which has its own cyber, arm as well, and IT security. The operations side will continue to work with posts specifically about software development and deployment. There will be elements of practitioners supporting that bureau, the cybersecurity bureau, because you don't want just diplomats, right, going out saying, I believe we really like this standard, but might not fully understand that standard, right? You want to have a practitioner to help them understand why that's important. And so we will have our practitioners, not just in the State Department, but around the federal government, help support and give guidance to that bureau. But if you were to look at it on the face of it, that bureau really is about external outreach with other nation states and other non-state actors about how we can control or free up IT and create open standards. Does that make sense?
We have about 10 more minutes left, so if anybody else has a question, I see a couple hands.
Is it on now? Daryl Peak with Google. So being as though I was in the trenches with Nicole at the DHS CTO's office, I have to talk about acquisitions with CTOs, right? How involved are you with big A and little a acquisitions, especially around the mission needs statement and the ConOps, right? Because you're making decisions on whether to move an application to the cloud versus maintaining it where it is. So what is that involvement? Has the CTO role evolved to make contribution in those acquisition discussions?
Yeah, I guess. What you doing? Oh, very involved. I almost feel like I'm part of the acquisition department some days, but yeah, really, really kind of partnering and pushing our acquisition office to kind of understand where we're going and with the cloud and the multi-cloud and giving us flexible vehicles, looking at there's other vehicles throughout, GSA and HHS really trying to, look at all of our options for clouds, for, getting cloud services and understanding how we, also it's with the financial office too, financial and acquisition, making sure we can fund those and how we structure the contracts. But I talk to them almost daily.
Yeah, I think this is where, a partnership with a CO or a contract specialist is really vital, because you're kind of explaining concepts like, well, we won't have everything defined up front, but we want to measure velocity. Like, that's the important thing. Or, we want to be agile about this, and we want to kind of have it as almost like a faucet. Like, so there's a limit to the faucet, but we know, exactly what we're building up front. I mean, these are like, what? No way. So I think you got to sell and almost bring into the fold your contract shop. And so actually, I think in the near future, we're going to be bringing in US Digital Service to come and talk to our contracting officers and contract specialists. I think they did a program previously with a few agencies. And so kind of the basics of how do you buy design services? How do you build agile delivery mechanisms? And so thankfully, I think we've been, as a government, building that that kind of capability and skill set internally. And so I think, the past 2, 3, 5 years have definitely improved, and people are aware, like, oh, okay, this agile contracting method is actually how we get better software products.
Yeah, I would agree with you guys that it's extremely important. For State Department, we have a new committee. We stood up not too long ago. It's the GITEC. So it's the IT Executive Committee, right? So when you're bringing something like a cloud product to them, into the building, it needs to be reviewed by the committee first before it even hits acquisitions, right? So the committee is looking at how does this fit within the larger architecture? How does this fit on our horizon of modernization and next generation of technology? And then once we decide, okay, yeah, it does fit the bill mission-wise, then the question comes back to brass tacks, how much money, right? And one of the things that we're really evaluating, back to the CO part or the contract officer part, is many of our contractors, contract officers, and you can't fault them, they just can't keep up with the technology, the changing technology, right? So they many times don't really know what to put in the contract as qualifiers or scopes. And sometimes the business office that actually is bringing this solution, they might not have that capability either. And so what you end up with is, a management officer that sits there, and I'm in charge of 3 coders. And those coders come up to me and say, for us to do this, you need this cloud product to come in. And then we will say, yes. Okay, I have no clue what that is. It's fluffy, it's Charmin, and it's cloud. So we push it in, and we stomp our feet, and eventually it comes in, and it doesn't fit anything, and it doesn't have longevity in the larger architecture. And so for us, a big issue is training our officers both at the contract level and at the program level. If you have questions, contact that committee, talk to the architects, talk to the chief architect's office, find out if that solution is actually valuable. So we're going through that change right now. I mean, it's not perfect, but we're starting to set up the guardrails to enable that to occur.
I think we have time for one more question. Anybody on the left side? Oh, there we go.
Hey, how you doing? This is a question for Kevin, more of a thank you, actually. You dealt with myself and my staff during the early pandemic on sharing some critical information about COVID. Ron Thompson from NASA, by the way, in case you guys, good to see you again. So the question is, you know, it was a lot of politics going on that time, a lot of how do you define a particular data set? What is case data? What is the sliding averages? What is a bed? How do you define a bed? How do you differentiate between what the local hospitals are reporting and what CMS was reporting? So Kev, tell us, how do you navigate that political environment of liberating data, putting the facts out, and how did you navigate that world? Because you were very humble the way you described your effort there, and I want to tell you how important it is for the NASA family and all across government. The work that you did really protected the government employees during that time. So I want to thank you for that, number one, and then ask you, how did you navigate that world a little bit?
Yeah, thank you for that. And those were, I mean, it was 7 days a week, 12-hour, sometimes 16, 18-hour days. I mean, it was, when I joined the government, I remember having a conversation with my mom, and she said, she was a government worker, and she said to me, you know, you're going to see a lot of things go on, and you're going to not like them or agree with them. But the most important thing you have to remember is you individually have to do the right thing, because you go home with yourself at the end of every single day. And so, you know, I had to, definitely during parts of that, you had to learn to live your values and advocate for it in the most apolitically language way possible, which was sometimes hard during COVID. But, you know, for me, enrolling people around you to actually make things happen, we worked very closely at that time with the White House, and kind of said to them, like, this is a way, this is a mechanism to actually work with the public to stop this. Data is a mechanism. Open data is a mechanism. And all of these people, these bright, intelligent people, are coming out of the woodwork to use our data to communicate better with the public. We need to provide the fuel, the seed corn to these individuals to make this happen. And, you know, it was a combination of working days and nights, working with leadership to sell, you know, things in the right way, and sometimes rewriting decision memos multiple times to get the language just right where it would sail through. But, you know, you got to live your values. And so for me, that one was, I have one tool in my basket to change this thing, and that's data. And so I need to wake up every single day and figure out how I can use that data to help change the course of the pandemic. And so if that means providing it to NASA and the Federal CDO Council as an intermediary to protect our workforce, then that's the challenge today. So, yeah.
Well, Kevin, I want to thank you for that thoughtful response. Great question, by the way. And thank you to all our panelists for a great conversation, and to the audience for tuning in. I'll turn things back over to Tom.
Well, great panel, a lot of depth, and Kevin, I want to thank you for bringing home the most important point that I've noticed over the years of covering these things, is that ultimately it's a human endeavor that we're all involved. It's the way we organize our society and the way we strengthen the institutions that serve our society. And that's a great advantage we still have in the United States. I think you saw that on display with all of our panelists here today. So thank you all very much. All right, you can get down now. All right, and now we have another tech talk. This time we have none other than Tammy Pearlstein. She is the Senior Product Manager at Acquia, which she hopes you acquire. And she's going to come up to the stage right now. Heels and all.
Thank you. All right, everyone. So according to the agenda, I am the only thing standing between you and a very nice break. So I'll be sure to talk very slowly. Just kidding. If we could just move on to the next slide, please. I'll be taking a couple minutes today to discuss how to unlock digital transformation, leveraging composable digital experiences. Next slide, please. So jumping right in, taking a look at some market research. So Deloitte's Government Trends from 2021 report said that in 2021, we'd be focusing on enhancing agility, improving operations, and rebuilding trust. And this primarily stemmed from the continuation of a global pandemic, which we've all heard a lot about today. There was a major pressure on government agencies to provide up-to-date information as well as additional services to constituents. Build out the slide, please. And then in 2022, for this year, we'll be building on those same trends, but also focusing on being future ready. And this is primarily because thankfully, we've been able to respond to and overcome some of the challenges that came along with the pandemic. And so we're able to put some resources and bandwidth towards focusing on the future. Next slide, please. So diving a little bit deeper, we have three key goals that we're focusing on for this year from this report. The first is building resiliency for the future. The second is connecting for greater value, overhauling and integrating structures and systems to really enhance the data that we have to drive greater impact. And the third is government for all, making sure that all of the programs and services offered are inclusive and equitable to every single person. Next slide, please. But there are some challenges when looking to achieve these three key goals. I'll talk about three today, and those are the three that we see the most. The first is that there's an innovation gap. And this gap is caused by legacy architecture not having the ability to deliver a truly modern experience. For the last 15 years or so, we've been using the same architecture and processes, focusing on monolithic websites and really looking at paper, it's impacting negatively the constituent experience and also the user experience. And so that has a really negative impact on how you're engaging with your constituents. Next slide, please. The second challenge that we see is that with the increase in digital services, there's an increase in digital data. And that data is oftentimes siloed between departments, agencies, as well as third-party providers. And so that negatively impacts the constituent journey and negatively impacts how you're able to engage with them, creating really personalized experiences for constituents. And this same government report from 2022 from Deloitte states that government agencies will need to enhance and maximize the data that you are collecting in order to really increase that constituent experience, making sure that you're engaging with your people in the right way at the right time with the right message. Next slide, please. And the third, we talk about this a lot, security risks. They're always going to be increasing, but now they're increasing both in range and in frequency. With the emergence of the pandemic, obviously the increasing of digital services, that's even more opportunity for attacks. And so now we're looking at ransomware, data breaches, as well as election fraud, and a multitude of others. And so your team is spending even more time trying to prevent and manage these challenges that come along with those. Next slide, please. So while we can't predict the future, I wish that I could, but I can't. We know that there are four things that definitely won't be changing. There will always be more content, more applications, more data, and more risks. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, we can't focus on managing more of all of those things using the same architecture and processes we've used for the last 15 years. Next slide, please. So we'll need to rethink the current process and architecture. We'll need to understand how to focus on the accelerated content, data, risks in order to focus on the future, to focus on really preparing ourselves for these new risks, these new challenges, as well as innovation. Next slide, please. So here comes composability. Leveraging composable experience platforms will activate the opportunity to innovate for your modern experience. It will really help you deliver and increase the business agility for your users within your own agencies, as well as increase your time to market. Now, Drupal is the original Agile CMS, and Acquia's products extend that functionality to help both your business, your non-technical, and your technical users. Next slide, please. So leveraging Acquia's solutions, you'll be able to do two things. The first is to enable your business user with more control. This is done via low or no code, leveraging reusable components to build out pages and sites, an easy to use drag and drop interface, as well as brand-specific components, making sure that you're always maintaining brand consistency. And the second is enabling standardization at scale with central site management from one UI, as well as access control, having governance over the roles and permissions for each of your users, as well as agile site creation with just one click, and platform security, which is a massive of importance to government agencies. I'll dive into that in just a moment. Next slide, please. So by combining the business user control with the standardization at scale, we're really able to achieve content agility. So the current process today, it's very lengthy, it's very drawn out. You have to do a brand design for each page, you have to do Drupal development for each page, and then the rollout. And that builds up one after the other. You know, your teams are getting tickets from business users, marketing teams to create pages. It's really just bogging teams down, taking away time from innovation. With Acquia Solutions, you're able to build out a master design system. And then from there, you can build out brand masters for each brand. And at that point, once you've done that work on the back end, your non-technical users, so no Drupal experience needed, will be able to launch sites, launch pages at the speed that your agency needs, really delivering and increasing that time to market, as well as increasing agility across the building or across the agency. We've talked a lot about today, uniting teams, whether it's IT and HR or IT and marketing. It's really, the name of the game is building teams and being able to leverage technologies and solutions that enable that collaboration. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, security, major importance. No other composable experience platform has the security that Acquia has out of the box. We have multiple layers of firewall, multi-factor authentication, disaster recovery and backups, access control, available multi-region failover, many others listed here. And we also have a comprehensive compliance portfolio with SOC 1, SOC 2, HIPAA, as well as FedRAMP. Next slide, please. I have a very exciting announcement for you. So as of last week, we just got notification that we maintained as well as expanded our FedRAMP authorizations from our cloud platform, Site Studio, Site Factory, Search, and email offerings. So this is enabling government agencies to leverage the solutions from Acquia with confidence, knowing that you will always be in your security and compliance needs, which is super exciting. You guys are really the first ones to hear this. We haven't even put out a PR announcement yet. So it's very exciting. Next slide, please. Now I know I could stand up here and talk till I'm blue in the face, but you don't know me from Eve. So just take a look at what our customers are saying. NOAA Fisheries content editors were able to easily and distribute their content, boosting their user engagement by 13%. Mars reduced their development time by 50%, reduced their maintain time by 40%, and they were able to achieve 20% savings. Alcon was able to launch 17 sites in different languages in just 4 months. And the city of LA was able to host 68 live Drupal sites on Acquia Cloud since 2015, increasing their time to launch and site stability. So I know we're all itching to get to the break and get our afternoon coffee. So I just want to say, come meet our team at booth 18 out there and we'll have a quick chat. Thank you all. Yeah, of course.
So I think it was 1976 Business Week predicted the paperless office, and we're still not quite there yet. There's been a lot of, we had the IDEA Act that was passed into law. We've had the presidential memorandums on CX, and then we've had pandemic. Where are we? How close are we getting to a true digital experience across government?
I don't think we'll ever truly be in a truly digital experience world, just because, with government, there are such high security protocols and the level of privacy is just top notch. But I do think that we'll get pretty close. I think what's important to understand is that your constituents are engaging digitally and they're really looking to meet you where they're at. I know somebody mentioned that a little bit earlier. It's meet them where they at. I think it was from the HR talk earlier. And it goes the same for your constituents. As a government agency, your sole goal is to provide to them, to provide information, to provide services, and that is moving digitally. And so, I can't predict the future, like I said, but I can say that while I don't think we'll ever be totally paperless, I do think that the digital experience for the constituent will be ever more of importance going forward. Thank you.
And besides, without paper, what will people dig up about us in 2,000 years? On that note, we'll take a break. We'll see you back here at 2:50 for our final panel of the day. All right, almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's just us close friends here. But those that are here, you've got some really great material coming up, so we're glad to have you. All right, this next panel is going, well, Tom Suter himself is going to be on it, cutting edge technology applications in federal government. They can go almost anywhere on that topic, and they probably will. 3 very smart people on this panel, and we have a really good moderator. His name is Lamar Johnson. He's a tech reporter at Meritalk. Lamar, it's all yours.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, HRC, for having us here. I'm very happy to introduce our last panel of the day. So let's bring up to the stage. We have Dr. Jeff Wright. He is the director of the Neuromotor Sciences program at Temple University. We also have Brian Fox, who is the lead and digital transformation chair of ATARC's DevSecOps community of practice, and also ATARC president, CEO, founder, Tom Suter. So thank you all. There we go. All right, so just to get started, we're going to start with what ATARC likes to term their best stuff. So going from far into close, Brian, what's your best stuff? What are you working on? What's something you want to share with the crowd?
Lamar, thank you. Can you all hear okay? All right, it's working. Yeah, Brian Fox. I was with 18F, but I recently joined Omni Federal. I am a portfolio lead there, and we are supporting a variety of projects from the Defense Health Agency, Kessel Run over at U.S. Air Force, and a number of others. Projects in my area include a new one with Space Force as they're looking to modernize infrastructure and platform, as well as Army Software Factory and ECMA, the Enterprise Cloud Management Agency. So just really excited about that and a number of other things coming our way. And we bring specialties in DevSecOps, agile methodology, user-centered design, and I'm just really excited about continuing to lead modernization in a different kind of seat, which is a lot of fun. And real quick, I want to make a pitch too for ATARC that along with Kirsten and Jennifer on the DevSecOps community of practice, we are building out a lot of content. We heard about the importance of that. And I think in this front, as far as modernization and getting people to understand how things can be different and better going forward, the content we're looking to put together is recurring sessions, specifically looking to get feds on stage to talk about lessons learned and what they're doing and the benefits of that as far as DevOps, DevSecOps, Agile, even migration to the cloud. It's a monthly event we're leading. We have another event called the DevSecOps Tech Sync, and that's about getting vendors on stage, virtual stage, to share out how their specific capabilities and tools can help federal partners move forward in that journey. And then last but not least, we're also having a blog series. So if you're in industry, if you're in government or anywhere in between, and you're interested, just reach out to me. We'd love to get you an opportunity to share your opinion on what is digital modernization. And so that blog series is already off and running. But anyway, thanks for a little bit longer share out there for even ATARC. Thank you so much.
Of course, and thanks, Brian. Jeff, what are you working on up at Temple, and what's your best stuff?
Okay, yeah, I'm excited to be here because I think I'm the oddball up here. As a professor, I come usually everywhere I go, I'm looking to learn things as much as I am to teach things. The areas that I'm working on really revolve a lot around technology development in the biomedical industry. So I work on projects that look at identifying and assessing and rehabilitation in diseases and injury and even in aging populations. And I do a lot of work with veterans and military, active duty military, and identifying injury after traumatic brain injury, any of the, and PTSD. So the solutions that we're working on right now involve VR and mixed reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, using some of the commercially available technology, and then tapping into some of that hardware and then creating our own software solutions that we're tying into the cloud and then sharing and being able to get that information in a cloud-based environment and be able to then access that from anywhere. Specifically, this involves basically developing it in the lab. So we go through development technology and then validation in my lab. Then we put it out there in an environment, so a clinical application, or we're also doing some research with the VA hospital, and we put it in the hands of the stakeholders and see what they like, and then we go back and try to implement new changes. I'd say that we've also played around. I've got PhD students working on some machine learning and artificial intelligence, using that in order to identify some of these disease classifications. So we've started working in that area. So I know that's another emerging area that's always a buzzword. See if you can drop that. You sound really smart. And even though it's my PhD student who's really smart, I'm going to say the word anyway. And so I'll leave it at that. I know there's going to be a number of questions, and I'll hand it back to Lamar.
Yeah, thank you. And Tom, what is ATARC's best stuff?
I don't even know where to begin on that one. It's been great running ATARC. I really get a kick out of it. But I kind of want to challenge ourselves every once in a while. I know we have Walter Bigelow here, and Walter really worked with me in the beginning of the digital government strategy. And the digital government strategy was about, getting mobility out in the folks' hands and getting them to do surveys and, better patient outcomes and these kinds of things. And it just takes a while to get this technology implemented. I mean, at least we have smartphones, but still people are doing paper surveys out in the government. I look at cloud computing. I remember Cloud Smart, that came out in 2009. They talked about it in 2009. I think it came out in 2010. 8% of the VAs in cloud, or 8 or 9%. So I really challenged our organization to come up with ways to kind of speed the adoption of technology. Dr. Wright here is talking about virtual reality. We know it's coming. We were talking, Clint this morning was talking about it. So it's gonna go through the exact same things you would think. Okay, we can't do it because of the security. Oh, we can't do it because of the hardware. Oh, we can't do it because I have my old business processes. It's going to be the exact same thing. Like we're looking at DevOps. It's the same reason why people don't do DevOps, right? So I really want to challenge ourselves as an organization to kind of like get this technology into people's hands. I've been honored to be part of an effort called Tradewind, which is out of the Joint AI Center. And it's basically about the adoption of artificial intelligence in the Department of Defense. And, the reason we have the JAIC is because China, one of our peer adversaries, they're developing AI at a rapid pace. So, how can we speed that adoption? Well, I'm not worried about us. We have a lot of great vendors here in security and AI. I'm not worried about us coming with technology, but what good is it going to be if we don't install it for 10 years? That's what I'm worried about when we're talking about our adversaries. So some of the things we talked about today, it's not technology. It's going to be about acquisition, and it's going to be about reskilling, upskilling. How do we break that? Because that is the biggest impediment. We can have conferences all day long. We can have working groups. It's really how do we adopt this cycle of technology much faster than what we're doing today.
Gotcha. And staying on that topic, when you're looking at these cutting edge applications and like implementing them into your systems, what are some of those bigger barrier for entries for each of your works as you're all dealing with different sorts of user bases? So let's start with Brian.
Probably one of the biggest blockers can just be acquisition from our standpoint. We're still considered a small business. And so that requires acquisition vehicles that are just allowing for that, really focused on delivering quickly with smaller investments. And I know from my federal experience that oftentimes contracting officers can want to package everything up into large contracts. It's because of the bureaucracy, right? That doing more smaller contracts that allow for rapid iteration, for doing the agile thing. They see that initially as restrictive and requires more work on their part. I think there's an opportunity for sharing of best or better practices that way, especially when it comes down to, well, how do you do that without creating more work? How do you do that in a lean way? When I was at 18F, we tried to help, we helped a number of federal partners, but Tom, back at ATARC, perhaps there's an opportunity for that kind of discussion, because it all starts with, I think, acquisition and how those, whether it's the capability, the tool, or bringing in the talent or the team to build the thing or implement the tool. You know, there's a lot of layers there, but it often starts with acquisition and doing that differently.
Gotcha. And Jeff, in academia, what are those issues, and what do those barriers look like, and how are they different from dealing with more of the government issues?
Yeah, so I think I failed to mention, I'm both a professor and I have worked with a spin out company. So I actually have to deal with this question from the development of the technology in the laboratory, and then the fact that we're going to have very different users with customers. One of the things that just has arisen recently is the fact that the American Cybersecurity Act, which I think just passed recently, is something that's now mandated for any kind of federal institution, but for industry and academia, it's just voluntary or recommended. And so we now need to decide if we want to deal with, let's say, private industry, then that means that, and we can decide whether or not we want to abide by, let's say, a NIST network, a cybersecurity network framework, or not. But if we want to deal with any kind of federal institution, then we know we're going to have to meet these requirements. And I've run into this firsthand in that I have funding through the Congressionally Directed Medical Research Program that is allowing us to work with veterans. And so we're working with a local veterans hospital, and they won't let us use any of our cloud-based technology there. So Tom just alluded to it 2 minutes ago. I think the VA is on 9% cloud, and we met this firsthand. This is definitely a huge barrier. We had to find another solution, which is basically a closed local area network, which is not nearly as good as our cloud-based solution, but just be able to do this research and data collection with the VA, we had to find another solution. Ideally, we'd love it that we could use our better solution that we've designed for academia and industry, and then be able to get that in the VA. But right now, at least it's causing us to actually be fleet on our feet and figure out new ways to do it. But ideally, we'd like to have just one solution that answers everybody's questions.
Gotcha. And Tom, hearing what you've just heard, as well as you've also mentioned acquisition, as well as upskilling as some of those barriers, what are some of the solutions you see to some of these issues, as well as where we still need growth in terms of integrating these like cutting edge applications?
Well, just one example I can think of, it's always like we have this 18F comes in, US Digital Service, and none of these efforts aren't bad efforts, but it's the idea that I have let's just call them a data center team. And I bring all these cool kids in, and they're going to take us to the cloud. And it's like, you're working in a data center, you don't feel so great about yourself. You're like going to be, there's no training invested in you. You're not part of the solution. You've got 3 or 4 years to retirement. And what's going to happen when we go to the cloud? What's going to happen to my job? I've heard this many times. And so it's great to have the cool kids, but you got to incorporate the existing employees that you have. You have to upskill them. It's been frustrating at ATARC sometimes. I remember when we had the OPM breach, they weren't allowed to go to training. So OPM wasn't, I never saw them at our summits. I actually made a point about it, but now they've got some pretty innovative people there. They're coming in. I mean, it's some of these agencies don't let you leave the building. I mean, in the old days, don't let you leave the building. You need to get this training. You need to be soaking up industry training like this. We got our friends over here at Pluralsight. They do a lot of fantastic training. We need to work on that so that you feel like you're invested in the future, even if you're closer to the end and the beginning in your career, federal career at least.
And overall, just what importance do you see some of these emerging technologies, and specifically which emerging technologies do you see playing a significant role going forward in both the federal academic industry space? And let's start with Tom on that one.
Well, we're working on a couple of different initiatives that are really exciting. They're getting a little bit out there. We're talking before about VR, and please see the folks out there that have the VR Association. We're just starting this journey, and we'll be working with Dr. Wright and other academics. The kids are like really into VR right now, so that's going to be what's going to happen next, right? If the kids are in it and they're playing Gorilla Tag, that's a VR game now. You're going to see that. We are working in quantum. I think that long term is going to be one of the biggest things. It's going to change security. It's going to change engineering design. It's a race that if you don't get to first, you're going to be at a severe disadvantage. So, we try to attack these emerging technology issues. So in 5 years when they're mainstream, and even in a couple of years when they're mainstream, it's a problem. I think one of the things that we're trying to do now too is we've got an initiative with the State Department on working with partners. I think we're seeing with all the things that Clint was talking about this morning, it's to work with our friendly governments and having an all the above strategy. I think that's going to be also the future of ATARC, is working with all of our allies and working together. Because if you have one ally that isn't secure and you're secure, what good is it going to be when the enemy can see everything that's going on? So I think that those are some of the future things we're going to be working on.
And Jeff, can you just talk about how some of those play into your work as well?
Oh, absolutely. I think you probably all know somebody who in just the last 2 years has probably gotten their medical services through telemedicine or telerehabilitation. And that capability was been there for quite a while, but really there were just barriers to being able to get insurance reimbursement for that. So I think that that's one example where we saw technology move forward really quickly due to a huge impetus, which was a pandemic. And Congress voted, made a quick vote to change the ability to get insurance reimbursement for telemedicine. And that as a result then has pushed the technology really, a lot of money got invested into pushing that technology forward. So we look at in the health field, we look at telemedicine, telerehabilitation as being something that's going to be more accessible over the next 5 to 10 years. And then through that technology, I think there's going to be a lot of spin out that comes from that, where probably anybody who is familiar with the way drones work, there's remote pilots that are using stationary technology to pilot things. You can use that for a lot of robot assisted technology applications where you can be remotely located. You can do bomb detonation, you can do firefighting, you can do crowd suppression. There's all kinds of different applications that can be done remotely. And I think that this is being driven in part by an external factor, which was just a need in society instantaneously, and it pushed this technology forward pretty quickly.
And Brian, can you talk about some of your work, not only with Omni, as well as with 18F, and where the federal government is in terms of cutting edge applications versus where you are currently on the industry side?
Yeah, absolutely. From a lot of my experience, the technology may seem kind of rudimentary, especially these days after COVID, but especially when I joined 18F, it was just before COVID hit, about 1.5 years before. And coming out of USGS, I was getting to learn Slack for the first time, and it was a remote first organization. And that took me a while to learn the culture and the methods around all of that. But then I remember when COVID did hit, it was just like another day at the office, right? There was literally no impact within TTS as far as our effectiveness to accomplish our job, to get our projects done, our mission accomplished. And that was just really wonderful and fascinating because we were able to help respond better because of all of that. Currently, as we're supporting Army Software Factory, ECMA, and a number of other activities across government, a lot of it is around that DevOps pipeline or tool chain and those capabilities. We tend to be very tool agnostic because it can really be dependent on the context of what that particular partner needs, what their users need. Some of that, backing up a little bit is more about, bringing the agile method and the tools which allow for DevOps, but then also user-centered or human-centered design that, Eric Rice said it so well. What does it matter if you're effectively marching in the wrong direction, right? So HCD, UCD, you're listening to the users, especially in the federal space. We can't forget those stakeholders that are so critical. They're holding the purse strings, and their thoughts should be shaping the direction to ensure, mission accomplishment as well. And so just really bringing all of that to bear to ensure a better product and ensure that the job is getting done, that mission accomplished at less cost. However, that might be measured for human health and services. That means one thing for folks in DoD. That's another for Department of Interior, something else. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to stay with you and on that topic. Everyone on stage here has very disparate missions. They support very different users. When you're not only building these applications, but figuring out how they're going to work for your users, what are you taking into account, and what does that process look like from start to finish?
For learning from users?
And creating human-centered design, user-centered design, things like that for your application.
Yeah, absolutely. Really the two go together. So user-centered design and agile methods and or DevOps, they all work really hand in hand, right? That the designers at Omni that are working with Army Software Factory and ECMA, for instance, are working with those users in uniform that are using those applications, or here in the very near future, going to be modernizing legacy applications. They're pulling out what to validate the problem statement of, even on the legacy stuff. Well, what were you hoping to do? Because oftentimes, especially with modernization of legacy applications, some folks can have so little trust with software development of like, hey, don't break this thing. My job really relies on it. If you're about to re-engineer the whole thing, don't break it. So it can be real critical for those designers up front to listen well, understand what the value of softwares and tools for that user, to iterate rapidly, but first and foremost, deliver rapidly. That get a prototype out there, then a minimum viable product, and then start iterating from that. And typically, trust is maybe built for the first time ever with that user base through that rapid delivery, the initial delivery, the listening of like, oh, the application is improving over time, and that can be so critical. And that's what we got to accomplish when I was at 18F in a variety of different projects, and what we're able to do at Omni now too.
Gotcha. And Jeff, when you're dealing with now healthcare providers, doctors, nurses, and also patients, what does that process look very different? Does it look somewhat similar? What other considerations are you taking into account?
Yeah, it really is an interesting problem. We were talking about it in the speaker room before this, that when you're dealing with so many different stakeholders and users. So I look at the clinician and the different types of clinicians that are going to be using the biomedical devices that we're developing. And then I look at who they're going to be using them on. Then I look at the institution in which this clinician and or patient is. So whether it be a continuing care retirement community, whether it be a hospital, whether it be a VA hospital or a military hospital, each one of these is going to have different requirements. And so we've got all these different users, and each one of them has possibly slightly different demands. And you can't make a product that makes everybody happy, but every time you make a change to make the user a little happier, you may have unintended consequences with another user where it's like, well, this is no longer the product that I want. So we are constantly going through an iterative process, and we're trying to listen to our users, and also listening to these other factors, which are whether or not this is actually going to be usable on all of the patients that they want to use it on. So we do actually have multiple people that we're trying to make happy all the time. And that's even if it's in my lab, where we can put out fires as quickly as we make them personally. They don't have the expertise that we have available in our lab to problem solve for them. So we're trying to make things as user-friendly as possible. And in order to do that, there's usually a lot of coding debt, a lot of investment that goes into it. And you have to like balance between how much can you invest both time and resources into making this the perfect user-friendly product versus something that will, as Brian just alluded to, is a minimum viable product, that something that they actually that will work, let's say 95% of the time, and only annoy the user 5% of the time, which is actually a little bit higher than what I like. So user friendliness is a big factor, and it changes for every user and every stakeholder.
And Tom, I imagine you're working with an even wider set of users and stakeholders. What additional wrinkles does that throw into your work in terms of making sure things are human-centered? And then also to tweak your question a little bit, what do you think is important that developers are taking into account as they're developing these systems?
Yeah, I think that almost every one of our working groups is like that. It's a cross-agency, a cross-agency group. We have one on warfighter health. It's basically, it's spun out of what we're doing with the JAIC. It's like, how does a warfighter get access to their Apple Watch data? How do they get access to their care back home? How do they get access to HHS CMS data? How do they get CDC data? So that happens all the time. I think one of the things that we're gradually doing is we have a zero trust lab. You may have read about it once or twice. We have maybe 50 some vendors in there now, I think. Ross here with CISA, we're working on some identity use cases, and that's fantastic. We have some DevSecOps use cases. I think that's helping raise the level of knowledge to our government. The vendors have done a really good job. Our partners have done a good job showing what they're doing. I think the next phase of the lab is really back to what we're talking about on procurement. I think what we can do is have individual agencies, how do they come up with, what's their DevSecOps tool chain? Just something like that, a very discrete question. And maybe what we can do is have an environment that simulates the government environment. And it's not going to just be one company. That's the thing that I really see now. It's not going to be one company that does DevSecOps, but it may be one company that puts together a multiple solutions. It's not going to be one company that's going to do zero trust. I've been to the presentations. They each have their piece. I might need 5 or 6 different vendors. So that's where I think the integrator community can have these solutions, and then it's based on what that particular government wants. I think that's the future of ATARC. So we can help them get to where they need to go faster. And since we're a nonprofit, we can kind of be like an honest broker working with procurement. And we have some exciting initiatives. We haven't finalized those yet, but it'd be great to have this environment that we can use.
Okay, and I have some more questions, but also I just wanted to open it up for the audience. If you have any questions for our panelists, Hannah or Alyssa will find you with a microphone. Just raise your hand. Here we go. We have one right up here.
Hi, Vi Kellerson with Oberon Technologies. I'm here with the XR Association. We provide some VR software technology. But Tom, to pile onto what you were just saying, what we find with emerging technologies, and we were involved in digital transformation, digital twins, working now in VR, is that key point of being able to do a pilot proof of concept aspect to it, to really give that assurance, that trust. But in the government, as you were alluding to earlier, Brian, that really they want these big projects. They don't want to deal with those small. Is there anything that we could do with ATARC to do some of these emerging technology projects to prove out?
Yeah, I think we can, and that's why we thought. And thank you for coming, by the way. We really wanted to think about what we can do around VR, getting and show the possibilities. I'm really impressed with what the Department of Defense is doing right now, specifically on OTAs. It's having worked with the trade wind, they put a call out for presentations to the Navy, and they got like 100 responses in 3 days. And then they had a bunch of Navy program managers. They have needs around AI. So they got to see all these technology companies doing whatever. And then you do a fast prototype. And if you like it, you buy it at scale. And I think that we're seeing with GSA, they've got some new, I ran into Chris Ham that runs FedSim down in Orlando. I was actually at a drone show last week. I should have said that is emerging technology. But, they have a whole bunch of SIBRs now. I didn't even know, So I think that we're starting to see this is leading to better results. And it allows you to do, instead of waiting 5 years before I buy VR, I think we're seeing this fast prototyping is working.
My thoughts on that would be going back to that community of practice here at ATARC, the opportunity to get, especially the feds on stage to talk about what they've done that's different and what that felt like for them. Because when you step out to do something differently for the first time, it's scary. There is no prior concept, right? So I think sharing those stories, sharing out how it was accomplished from an acquisition standpoint, from a technology and process standpoint, and even some of the people and cultural change. We had 3 wonderful HR professionals on stage talking about reskilling. So there's a number of threads to pull on, but sharing those stories to help folks understand that ideally, this stuff isn't new. It has been done. And just because you're at EPA and you don't know what IRS might be up to, IRS has already accomplished this, for instance. And so I think sharing those stories and starting to understand that maybe some of it isn't emerging. That Tom was talking about VA only being 9%, on cloud so far. Well, if they were to hear stories not from AWS, but maybe from Department of Interior, USGS, would that help that Fed to Fed? They're very similar. They're going to understand each other, and then maybe those fears would subside, right? Because it all typically starts with human emotion when it comes to change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just for those that couldn't hear that, we're not just the opportunity to share examples from VR from the energy space. Is that Department of Energy or commercial? Got it. Yep. And I guarantee those are regulated and really concerned about cybersecurity as well, right? So even commercial energy industry. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and continue raising your hands if you have any questions. But first, I will follow up just on that thread. Like you both just said, sharing those stories is helpful. So could you each share a story of a time where you were implementing a new technology into your system, network, et cetera, a use case and something that went wrong and how it was fixed? And let's start with you, Jeff.
Yeah, it's a good question. And I'm thinking right now we're dealing with something I alluded to earlier with cybersecurity, dealing with the different levels of expectation, whether you're dealing with industry or federal or academia. We recently, in the spin-out company, we recently had to hire a consultant for cybersecurity to see if we can address the problem that one of our future clients wanted as far as the level of security that they were demanding, which basically is this NIST framework 800-53. And for us, it was very high because we're a very small little company. And basically it's like 150 questions just to reach the low bar. But through talking with this industry partner, they basically put down a small list of things that they'd be happy with, like multi-factor authentication, getting us to a certain level where they feel that their security would be met and their liability, their risk would be reduced. Because it ultimately comes down to what is the level of risk that someone's willing to take. And as we've talked about the VA a couple of times, because I'm working with them, Tom happens to have some interaction with them. The VA is, they're not allowed to, according to the new Cybersecurity Act, to just kind of ignore this. But They also don't want to. Even before this happened, they had that breach with that lost laptop that really got a lot of media attention. And now their risk is so low that I won't say that they're overacting. They're basically just being very, very protective of how they handle cybersecurity. So we're still trying to solve that problem, but we do feel like this other issue of just meeting this cybersecurity framework at a low bar is going to get us sort of into the level of being able to solve these problems, and then we'll slowly build up to the level where we can meet federal standards as well.
And Brian, I'll go to you next. Same question.
Oh, yeah, thanks. It's not so much one of failure, but an opportunity to do it differently or better as you re-engineer. And it goes back to when I was at USGS. Prior to me joining USGS, they had started this program, US Topo, and with really the idea of leveraging geographic information systems to redo the Topo program that initially took about 40 years to map the US. And through some iteration, they were able to accomplish what took 40 in like 2 to 3 years. So remapping the entire US in a period of 2 to 3 years, just an amazing feat. I remember one of the metrics being that USGS was remaking these digital format maps that could be printed at about 18,000 of them in a year with a handful of folks, literally like 5 folks driving production. So just a really tremendous success story, but it was all driving on this particular bit of software that was kind of an operational prototype. What we started struggling with anytime a developer left and a new one joined, it would take them 6 months to get up to speed. And it was essentially a Gordian knot of code. So anytime there was an update, it took way too long. And we all kind of knew it. There was an opportunity to re-engineer and simultaneously, and with some of the discussion we had earlier today with the HR folks on stage, there was a lot of talk about upskilling and mentoring both ways. And what we ended up doing was essentially extreme programming or pairing, where this brilliant young kid that had been at the USGS for just 3 to 4 years was given an opportunity to work with a gentleman who had been running that from a software development standpoint, that US Topo program, and paired with him for about 1.5 years as they re-engineered the software in a better way. And what we got to witness was that as that gentleman retired and walked out the door, he felt just like fantastic, because he got to feel like what I have done my entire career mattered. It was modernized. I handed off everything to this Padawan learner that is just so brilliant and wonderful too, because that kid got to bring everything that was fresh from the schoolhouse and apply it. And so it was literally the best of both worlds. And probably the hardest thing getting that through, and this isn't going to surprise the feds in the room, was justifying pairing, right? 2 people doing one job, right? But it was just so wonderful. And we did spread the news on that of like, look at what happened when Andy and Helmut were working together to modernize this. And now US Topo is produced in the cloud. It's, microservice based, all those buzzwords, that's what is enabling it. And now it's not even based on the old map boundaries. Now you can go on there and manufacture a map over Rocky Mountain National Park, whatever the boundary is that matters to you. So anyway, modernization really by getting 2 people, generationally different, brilliant in their own way, to modernize something that was really in need of modernization. So.
Gotcha. And great example. And Tom, any examples come to mind for you?
Yes, I've learned a lesson a little while ago. It's after I got bought out for my company. It's like 2011. iPhones were just coming out. iPhones had been out, and then iPads just came out. Like in 2010 was the iPad 1. And I was working for the University of Central Florida, and somehow we got this pilot idea, and I was really excited about it. It was around telehealth in 2011. And we just had our iPhones. And so I was working with Verizon. They just come out with 4G. So you could get the video through this. And I thought this was going to revolutionize the medical community. But the champion we had, I hate to use the word champion with him.
it turned into stealth mode. I mean, it's like he didn't want anybody to know about it. He thought he could get in trouble. And so we got like 10 iPads. Bill remembers this one. Not only did he just disappear on us, he was scared of getting in trouble. We got about half of our iPads stolen. They never just disappeared. They're somewhere in the Salem Medical Center. So you have to have a good champion. That's what I learned. If you don't have a good advocate, a good champion, I was lucky enough working with Walter and Rick Holgate on the digital government strategy. And, Jerry Karen, it goes to this day, Robin, some of the folks that have won the awards. If you don't have a good champion, don't waste your time. It's not worth it. It's going to have too many cycles and it's just never going to work.
Am I getting the, all right. So thank you all for having us here. Thank you, ATARC for having us. Thank you all and have a good one.
All right, so that brings us to the end of formal activities today. I've been asked to once again recognize the sponsors for this conference. We have, I wish they'd print these things in bigger type. Acquia, ASRC Federal, Blackwood, Okta, Zscaler, CrowdStrike, Contrast Security, Devo, Dynatrace, ExtraHop, Fortinet Federal, Gigamon, GitLab, NASA Soup, NIH NITAC, Pluralsight, Red Hat, Redscale, Rocket Chat, Rubrik Federal, Science Logic, Software AG, Sonotype, Tenable, VM, Trend Micro, and Versec. So thanks very much. Okay, now what's next is a little bit of time to freshen up and make those phone calls and finish those emails, get casual. The reception tonight at Pusser's, which has the worst name of any bar ever in history, but is really a great location. There will be shuttle buses running over there starting at 4. The reception will begin at 5. That's a long time. You can walk in 15 minutes, but that leaves you 45 minutes to meet in the bar here and maybe get a little libated before the main reception. So thanks very much for your attention today. We'll see you tonight. We're done.